This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
We're back here in sunny Bologna and finally we've got some women's cricket action. We had the men playing yesterday, that ECS came to a thrilling conclusion, but now it's the time of the women. It starts right here, right now. The European Cricket Network is on tour at locations across Europe, and what a stop we had off in Madrid in Spain for the first time ever. And the action doesn't stop there as we move our tour across to Bologna in Italy. So join us for some more cricket action. Welcome to the European Cricket Network, where we've got another action-packed weekend of cricket action coming to you. Over in France, we have the start of the ECIs between France men and Sweden men, but here we've got the women in action, and it's Italia Nord against Italia Sud. So it's two regional sides. They've been put together to play against each other, pit themselves against each other. There's some national team players, there's some youth players, and all I know is that we're going to have an absolute feast of cricket this weekend. Before we chat a bit about the teams, let's go to Charles in the middle for the coin toss.
Morning, and thanks Tina. Italy North, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Italy South, you'll call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Italy North have won the toss and they'll bowl.
Thanks, Charles. So there you have it. Italia Nord win the toss and they decide to bowl. It'll be an interesting matchup between these two sides, newly formed sides that have been put together kind of as a training matchup for the national team. The national team, of course, have World Cup qualifiers coming up at the end of May, and I know a lot of players out there in the middle will be competing for those national team spots. On the other hand, there's brand new players to this game as well. We've got a few young softball players who are making their first steps into hardball cricket. So it's going to be a mix of abilities, a mix of players, but it's going to be 100% fun. And I know Rico is going to be hot-footing it over to France for the international series later today, but he wants to stick around. I know he's looking forward to it, and I'll be joining him in the commentary box. But the recap from the toss is that Italia Nord had the toss won, and they are going to have a bowl. Over to you, Rico.
How much? Five, good to go. Building, got good to go. Time is over. Keep going, guys, time is over.
Partiamo, non sono 100%.
Umpires, wait, please. Wait, guys. Guys. Umpires. Umpires, hold. Wait.
Buongiorno, mi familia, and welcome to Italy. And well, you joined us when we just saw Ratanaika run out for a diamond duck off the very first ball, taking that single on. And we see it here. This is the replay, and a direct hit. How about that? And that is, well, the very dangerous Ratanaika, who goes without scoring. 917 runs. She's got to be the most prolific run scorer in the women's game on the network, but she goes without scoring. It's a disastrous start for the Italian Sud side, South Italy. They will get a wide there, but there's a wicket there as well. Well, how about that? Well, actually, I'm just noticing now, the two umpires are together here for a moment, and I think whether that's because the score's not quite correct. I don't know if there was any bat involved in that or not. This is what happened. This is what we're waiting for. So you can see that is Delisha Nanyakara, who has come out. And this is what happened. This was that first delivery. So I think there was a bit of bat on here, and it just very little communication, but just wasn't expecting the direct hit. That's a great bit of fielding, and that's going to be the first wicket, and it's going to be Ratanaika run out for a diamond duck, and it's Amaya who does the brilliant bit of fielding. Yeah, welcome, folks. I suppose it gives me time just to explain. We had a few technical issues this morning, once again with our sound box, and we have got that sorted again, but it does mean that you're probably going to not be able to hear myself and Tina together, which is a bummer, really, because after this match, I have to make my way and start on my travels, thanks to our travel partner, Bizway, to France, to Dreux, where, of course, the action is probably starting there right now as well, with the ECIs between the home side, France, and Sweden. Daddy Hudacek talking you through today. But a very good morning to everybody around the world as we get ready to go. So it looks like all those little issues have been sorted. Not just issues that we've experienced this morning, but obviously the scorers as well. But I'm pleased to report the main thing is that the weather is good. We've started with some sunshine, and of course with the ladies out there, it's of course a lot brighter as well, isn't it? Yeah, that's quite right. The batters, you have to have the new striker, of course, on strike, and that would mean it's going to be Chaturika, also very experienced. She's out there with the captain. Well, you don't want another run out, as that's a good ball. I'm liking this also from the bowler. Just bowling a very good tidy line, not to try to do too much. This is Pasindi, and most of you would know Pasindi. Not only is she a good bowler, see, she's cut down on a run-up. She normally's got a bit more of run-up, but she's concentrating on control. I like that. But of course, Pasindi also a very good fielder. Getting a good bit of in this, a controlled bowling approach. We've seen her play for the national side, and talented player. And it looks like she's worked a fair bit on the bowling. I have spoken to some of the ladies this morning. First time that most of them have played. That's, I suppose, understandable. And it's a great opportunity for them all as well. As Pasindi, this one just strays a little bit on the pads, and this is, well, yeah, you don't want to take that arm on. Because, well, just asks Methanara Ratanaika about that. Amaya running her out for a diamond dart. So we had a diamond start, really. A diamond start to the day. That just get played away, and they'll just take a single. So Pasindi's done some work on the bowling, just concentrating on keeping it line and length. It's getting a bit of help and keep the ball nice and dry as well. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. It's a little bit too short, and that's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro Guerrera. Ginna Sana Sharmaria as Delisha. He gets the swivel on this pretty good, and that's a lovely shot. A little bit of, bit of MJ in the morning here in Bologna. Yes, welcome to this Fabio Fabri cricket ground. That's the end of the first, and that boundary means that they get 5 runs off the first. And a few people may be wondering, has the boundary come in a little? Yes, it has. I mean, it's around that 45 metres, hasn't come in a lot. I can see that from our commentary position. So about 45 metres all the way round. And has been, I think it's had another cut. So the outfield, a combination of being cut and much better weather, will be a little bit quicker. It's nice to see that one go to the boundary. That's our 2025 calendar. Of course, the big news that we reported is that Germany Kiel is on the calendar now. That was the one that was to be confirmed. As the new bowler comes on, and that's going to be a single. It's nicely played away. This is Emma Moore having a bowl. Experienced players, Delisha and Chatrika. Certainly these two, you'd expect them to put a good partnership on here. It's a good delivery, nicely bowled. Gets a little bit of a good bounce and wave movement as well. Emma, nicely bowled. And yeah, why not? Nice little fist bump there between her and Pasindi, who herself bowled a very good first over. But I think we'll see the difference between getting Ratanaika out early. I mean, that could make a huge difference on the score. That's a fuller delivery. And, defensively played away. We are playing T10, just to confirm that. So it's T10 action. So 2 teams will be looking, I think, here. I know that the scores you're expecting to be naturally slightly lower, especially when this is a mixture. Both teams are a mixture of experienced and new players. That's a really good shot. Will it go to the rope? I know it does slow down a little bit, that area, but with that rope being brought in, that will go quite comfortably for the boundary. Just gets a little bit of width, and that is a really good shot executed off the back foot. Cuatro mas, lovely shot there from Delisha. So another boundary to her talented batter. You've seen her play the pull shot on the swivel, and now off the back foot that gets punched away, and that brings about a field change straight away from Pasindi, who's captaining here. And I know we normally do see Komodo Pedrick captaining, so it's an opportunity for Pasindi as well to gain some experience in the role of being the captain. Good comeback. This time, same sort of width on offer for Delisha, but that was slightly shorter and gets good bounce. Good areas actually for Moore. If you're going to be hit to the boundary or through the offside and it was on the bit up, if you don't mind that, it means that she's consistently keeping that offside line. There's some more minor changes in the field there from Basindi, just making the third a little bit finer. It's played out, and Commodore, good pick up, will have a shy, and good bit of fielding, but now there's overthrows. They'll get to good cricket all round, actually. The only problem was that the backing up wasn't quite 100%, but I like the way that they take the single on both batters, quick to go. And Commodore, good pick up and throw. But you see there the batter had comfortably made it in, and then unfortunately the backing up wasn't quite as it needed to be, and the batter's very quick to turn the 1 into 2. 2 overs completed then, and 12 of 4 or 1. So this is what we're going to see. Going to see 2 matches today between the north and the south of Italy. And the women will come back tomorrow to do the same again. So 4 matches in total. I'll sort of keep Tina company for the first one, and then I'll have to pack my bags and get ready to be bizzed away to France to, of course, Dreux, where the cricket also has started today. And Tina will go solo and finish off proceedings here in Bologna. Basindi comes on to bowl a second. Nice start from the captain. A very good morning to all of our viewers around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, abawan, vanakam, and welcome to the sunshine of Bologna. Oh, it's good to say that. And slight hesitation, and they will get there quite comfortably. It's wicket-keeper Martina Jayasuriya does the fielding. We had a nice meal actually yesterday as well, did the crew. I know we were joined by some of the umpires and some folks from the Federation after, of course, that finals day yesterday. Wide ball, just a little bit too much swing. Well, another wide, this time outside the off stump. But yeah, we went for we had a nice walk to a local restaurant, Italian of course, and it was yeah, very, very good. It's one of those, you know, where you know that everything's been home cooked, and I think the crew had a selection of delights from pizzas to pastas, some seafood in there as well, and then of course, well, the desserts were always worth waiting for. Tiramisu, can't go wrong with that out here. Tiramisu was absolutely lovely, and a little bit of limoncello to finish off with. It was a lovely evening to round off what was a great finals day. And of course, Punjab were crowned the champions here in Bologna with that win against Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical themselves, remember, pulled off that quite an amazing win in qualifier number 2 against Marco Milano, breaking the hearts off the Marco Milano supporters. Oh, what a win that was. Remember, Hassan Ahmed hitting 35. In fact, he needed 35 of the last. He hit 40 to win that match, but it just couldn't perform against Punjab, could they? On both occasions, Punjab managed to restrict Fresh Tropical batting first to a score in the 90s and 80s, and it just wasn't enough. But they rounded off a good tournament from Punjab. They were unbeaten all the way through. So nice looking stroke, but to the fielder, liking that position. I think you see a lot of that in the women's cricket. You have that one fielder in cover pretty close to not allow the single, and normally you tend to find the same on the opposite side of the field. Good tidy over from Basindi. You wouldn't expect anything less from her, and I do like the fact that she's shortened her run up and concentrating more and just getting the ball in the right area. She does, as a result of that, I feel that she gets the ball to swing in a little bit. When she's running in hard with the longer run-up, she does lose a line a little bit and strays a bit more on the leg side. So I think that's a good improvement from Basindi, and she bowled very well. Good spell, and just the 8 coming off her too. Looks like it will be Emma Moore to continue. So they're going to bowl out the 2 openers. And that's well bowled. Good delivery. Just teases Chaturika to come forward. She's a little bit slow doing so. Plays the pull shot very well, does Chaturika Mamalage, and she's also a very good, talented bowler, so good all-rounder But right now, she's trying to get a good partnership here going with Elisha, her captain. It's that heavy length, and there's Kumadu in close. Not saying you're not getting any single there. They do keep that one fielder back on the offside sweeping. That's where a good shot was played by Delisha. Mind you, you could probably have her in to Tarika until she gets going, because I think Tarika, as you see there, she's going to be trying to score probably most of her runs on the leg side. So I think that's a change that you could make in the field there for Cindy, the captain. I mean, now you would have that fielder out there. That's Sadalit Malawata. She's out there. I think that's the right place to be to Delisha, but maybe not to Tarika. That's a nice shot, and that would go all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shakalagya. Well, Delisha gets the short ball, and this time it's not outside the off from Emma, and she swings on this and gets it sweet out of the middle of the bat. Well, that is sweeter than the tiramisu that was going down nicely last night. What a lovely shot that is. Lovely shot, beautifully executed. And that's a third boundary. And a good comeback, that's okay. A little sneaky look back at the umpire there from Emma, but the umpire say no, that's fine. Nice to see that we've been joined by an umpiring great here in Bologna. And there's the man that I'm talking about. You can see briefly, he's seen in your screens there. It's well bowled again. Good comeback after being hit for a big six. Gets that line right outside the off. And of course, it's Asad Ali who's now walking up to the bowler's end at the end of the over. So fourth over completed. 22 for 1. And yeah, Asad, we've seen him, of course, at the Khartoum Oval. Very experienced umpire. And good to see him here with the women as well. I think in his own way, he'll be sort of encouraging them as well. I think it's a very important role when you're the umpire as well, and you're going to have players that are a little bit inexperienced, are going to be very nervous. One person who's not experienced or nervous would be Kumadu, who's coming on to bowl now, bowling over at number 5, and we'll start with one outside the off. And you see there, I think they've worked this out pretty well. Chitarika, it's not too strong on the off, hasn't managed to get anything away, and I like the fact that they have brought the field that was on the boundary back in as well. So they're making it a very tight field on the offside. Komodu's going to try and keep that ball in that area. Komodu just having a little chat with Pasindi here. Looks like she wants to push Pasindi back. Feels that there might be a big shot coming, but it's that ball, that short outside the off, that's causing Chitrika the issues at the moment. She's on 4 off. I think that's now 12 deliveries. You'll see that now appearing on the screen. So she'll feel that she needs to start playing some shots here. And at the moment, she just can't get anything outside the off. I wonder, look, it may be, it's just an observation. I wonder if the bat, just the way she's trying to play these shots, I wonder if the bat is a tad too heavy for us, because she seems to just take a while to get in the position. She always gets beaten. She always seems a bit late. This time, though, she watches the ball nicely onto the bat, and she will get the single. So that's important. That's one thing that she hasn't been able to do, is rotate the strike. And she does this time, so she gets Delisha, who's going pretty well, 16 or 14 on strike. And now that field probably needs to change. They're just having a look to see if the fielder, yeah, they are pushing the fielder back. So you'll see Sutherland now moves back to the boundary. for the powerful, hard-hitting Delisha, who gets the chance to get the swivel on this. He'll have to run these. It's well fielded. And yeah, they've got the field quite right here. Of course, Commodore's got a lot of experience, hasn't she? She's a good player. We've seen her captaining the Italian side. And the stats speak for themselves as well. And that's well bowled. Good delivery. Yeah, she's got 120 runs on the network, and she's got 9 wickets as well. So that is the end of the over. That's 5 overs complete. Now, well, you'll hear my voice. Well, a bit like the other day. This Tina's going to have to do all of the sign language at the moment. Look, it's great to be here. It's great to be a part of this, the women's North versus South little mini series, 4 matches. I'll be talking through part of the first match with you, with Tina as well. And we're going to have a swap over now. Tina will do the next 5 overs, and then I'll come back for the start of the second innings. But looking forward to some very good competitive cricket between these two teams, and also maybe some stars in the making.
Thanks very much, Rico. As we go back to live, because I think in the end they did manage to get some overthrows here. There's a bit of a misfield out there. Ball was thrown in by Emma. Now running through here, and let's take a look. Do they go for another one here? It goes past the keeper, takes a bit of a Tortuga, and they do manage to scamper through. And Delisha manages to get herself back on strike. A good bat slide as we go back to live again. Yeah, we're well into the 6th over now. It's Alexia Kontoparakis. Well, Rico will be on one of those later. Great shot there from Dennis. Well, you can see the blue skies have come out to join us as well here in Bologna. Better late than never. As it is Alexia Kontoparakis into the attack for Italia Nord. She's another one who's featured for the national side, quite a new addition to the national team, but she was there in December for the ECS-W. She's more than handy with both bat and ball, still only 18 years old. That just hit nicely away. Delisha does hit the ball with quite some venom on that occasion. It was Chatu who hit that. Delisha currently 20 off 18. Been a run there probably, as the ball just goes away into the leg side. The only fielder out here is Janani, but she's a very wide long on. You can see her there in the background, or you can see Dee there in the background, who's masquerading as a fielder. But maybe Delisha here feels like she wants to keep hold of the strike. She is going at a far better rate than Chatu, who's 6 off 16. Delisha at least going at a runner ball, and she will take the single here. That will keep her on strike. So a bit of strike farming here from Delisha, but I don't mind that, given that she is quite an experienced player. She opens up regularly for the national side of Italy. That is the end of the 6th over. It's 29 for 1. Delisha, 28 years old. We've of course seen her in the Meltle Shield as well last year. It'll be interesting to see if she pops up again for Team Europe in the Meltle Shield, which is happening in September. It's going to be bigger and better than ever. Of course, we've got the Western Shield returning, a triumphant return after it was such a success just a few weeks ago, a couple of months now. We had the likes of Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien gracing the Cartama Oval, and I'm promised that the Meltle Shield will be just as spectacular. It's running almost parallel to the Western Shield as well. So you've got both the men's and women's sides from all over the world showing what they can do at that glorious Cartama Oval. And I'm sure some of the players out there in the middle at the moment will want to feature in that. And it's Sonia Toffoletto who will bowl the 7th. Delisha took that single off the final ball, will keep the strike. This one runs away to 3rd, though, will just be a single. It's good fielding done out there. That kind of fly slip position. Good morning to everyone joining in the chat on this finally glorious sunny day in Bologna. I hope the sun is shining wherever you are. I hope it's shining over in Drup, where we have international cricket being brought to you at the same time. I think, in fact, the first game, if I'm not mistaken, is coming up very soon. You've got Danny Hudicek over there taking you through the action. Enrico is going to jump in the commentator copter, get over there to France to bring you the action. It's 4 internationals coming your way today between France and Sweden's men's side, and that one's clean bowled as Chatu goes for the sweep, but she picks the wrong line, and that's the first wicket for Sonia Toffoletto. It's a big wicket to get as it breaks this partnership, which was just beginning to gather a bit of momentum. As well, it was worth 30, of course. Italia Sud lost a wicket before they scored a run, and Chatu, while she was trying to give herself room across the leg side, but just stepped all the way across her stumps and was not able to sweep across that one. Sonia with the dead-eye aim, taking leg stump with her. So Chatu does have to depart. Probably not the worst wicket for Italia Sud to lose, though, as she wasn't scoring at the pace she would want to. So she goes for 6 off 18. High fives all round for Sonia. That'll be a nice wicket for her, getting out one of the experienced players in the national side. In fact, the second highest run scorer for Italy in T20 internationals. And halfway through the 7th, Italia Sud 30 for 2. And looks like the new batter will be Amanda Potgieter, Steamer as she's known, who's been based over in the UK for a long while, currently based over in Rome, getting involved in some Italian cricket action, originally from South Africa. Had the pleasure of playing with her a few times for the MCC. She's a good batter, good all-round cricketer, so it's good to see her get a chance out here in the middle. That one's hit firmly away into the covers. Will just be a dot though, as the fielding is done out there by the captain there for Cindy. And just as a reminder, these two sides, Italia Nord, Italia Sud, they aren't club sides per se. They've kind of been put together as regional sides, as a way of Italy, or Italian players, getting some practice in. It's a big year for Italy on the national stage. As that one's hit away by Amanda. There's a chance for a catch though, and it would have been a brilliant catch out there by Alexia Conteporai, because she did the hard work, got there, and you could hear the slap of the ball in the hands as it went in and out of the hands. Take a look at this. It was well hit by Amanda, but she managed to pick out the one fielder out there, and Alexia, it was a brilliant effort, wasn't it? Just went to ground as she went to ground. There's a bit of a let off there. So they do run through for a single. So both of these sides made up of a few national team players, so I'd say it's probably about 5 or 6 national team players per side. So it's a big swing and a miss from Delisha. And that is the end of the over as well. It's the end of the 7th. Italia Sud 31 for 2. And then the rest of the teams are made up of development players, players who've maybe played softball at a club level, and who maybe have their eye on the Italian national team in years to come, or, you know, sooner rather than later. Italy do have World Cup qualifiers coming up this year, but we have stuff coming up on the European Cricket Network as well. And it will be in just about an hour's time, Central Eastern Time. 10:30 is the starting point for France versus Sweden in 4 matches brought to you today. And of course the 2 matches here from Bologna, so 6 in total for your viewing pleasure on this Easter Saturday. So make sure you've got your 2 screens up. As this one goes up in the air, it's skewed away and it's gonna run away. It's good foot fielding, but then she manages to put her feet over the boundary, does the hard work, and then has a bit of a brain fade. As that ball, well, it might have hit the rope in any case, but by the time she picks the ball up, it's an ECN classic. Does the fielding one side of the rope, steps over the other, and gives away a 4. Hard to tell though on that occasion, it might have been a 4 in any case, but that is the first boundary to Amanda. And the first boundary actually for a good while since the 4th over, where we had that big 6 off the bat of Delisha. Is Alexia, who's come back for her second over here. Looks to have possibly run 2 here, but actually it's Emma Moore out there in the deep. And that's why you don't run on Emma Moore's arm, because she fires it in, hits the stumps. So the 2025 Women's T20 World Cup qualifier for Europe, that's coming up at the end of May. In fact, Italy will be hosting that. It won't be here in Bologna, we'll be up the road in Roma, as that one's crunched away to the leg side, should just be the one. And Italy will be playing in Division 2 of that, along with Isle of Man, Italy, Jersey, Italy of course, Jersey, Spain, Sweden and Germany. So of course this commentator is remaining completely neutral, but the top 2 go through to go up into Division 1, where they will face Ireland and the Netherlands. And if they finish in the top 2 of that, then they advance to the global qualifier, where you come up against the likes of, well, you know, the winners from North America, so often the US or the UAE, and the winners of the African tournament as well, and then the winners of that go through to the World Cup. So still a few stages to go through, but I know for a fact that Italy have big ambitions to get through to that Division 1, and who knows, spring an upset against either Ireland or the Netherlands and get to that global qualifier. Division 1 will take place at the end of August in the Netherlands, but there'll be those 6 teams in Division 2 vying to get through to that, and that takes place at the end of May in Italy. So this is why the 2 Italian sides are out there as well, as we get to the end of the 8:39 for 2, as they want every moment of practice that they can possibly get, and maybe see who stands out in these T10s, see who might be an option for the qualifiers. And well, it was a big wicket at the start of the game, wasn't it? As we know how destructive Methnara can be. She's another one that's featured in the Meltor Shield. She's great behind the stumps. We'll see her in the second half of the innings, but when she gets going with the bat, I think you could probably more or less have doubled the Italia Zood score. As it was though, didn't even face a ball. It was a brilliant run out by Amaya, which has put Italia Nord on top here, as that one's chipped down the ground, will land safe, as the fielding there is done by Janani. Hi to Paul in the chat and Rob, who says no sun here, it's night time. Well, hopefully when the sun rises it'll stay out in the sky for you. It's here today, haven't seen it in a while, but the forecast for today especially is good. Tomorrow maybe a bit more overcast, a few scattered showers around, but nothing that should stop the cricket for too long. Of course, we only have the 2 games here from Bologna, 2 games tomorrow as well, as we hand the majority of the games over to Dreux in France, where we have ECIs coming your way. Sonia, who's come back on for her second over. Brilliant first over. She picked up the important wicket of Chatu and only went for 2 runs. But this one has been crunched over the covers, and it will be again a much needed boundary for Zood, as it's off the bat of Delisha. Moves on to 27, so scored the majority of the runs here for Italia Zood, but just hasn't quite been able to accelerate at the rate we've seen her go at both on the network and in T20Is. And that's down to the bowling of Italia Nord. It's been tight spells so far, just the 3 wides. And they've turned to the experienced bowlers. All 5 that they've used have featured for the national side. And Sonia Totfoletto, she's one she's a bit in and out of the national side, so this, for example, would be the perfect opportunity for her to prove to the selectors exactly what she can do. She picked up that wicket and you could see the grin on her face. These 2 sides, they might be friends, but when it gets out there in the middle, they are sworn enemies for the duration of the game, or the 6.5 minutes that might be left here in the first innings. It is difficult to know here what a pass score might be, as that one just absolutely died a death on the surface. It was lucky for Delisha that she didn't miss that one going onto the stumps. So that one goes up in the air. I think it's going to fall safe because there's no one there on the leg side, and in fact Sonia has to do her own fielding and does well to reduce that to just a single. So the pass score we saw during the ECS and the men's before finals day, it was about 120, but of course we have completely new sets of players here, some of them less experienced as well. So it's only once we've maybe played this game and the game later today that we can guess what a pass score is, especially given some of the bowling options that Zood have at their disposal as well. Delisha, I'm sure, will feature with the ball. Chatu, she's the highest wicket taker for Italy in T20 internationals. Of course, they've got the spin bowling option of Luana Sims as well, so this score might seem a little under par, but you never know what a pass score is until both sides have batted. And Italia Zood now at the end of the 9th, they're 46 for 2. Maybe Kumadu will come back for her final over here, and it's been an impressive performance so far from the bowling side, hasn't it? Just the 3 extras, the wides, which haven't been big wides either. They've been bowling tight lines throughout and just haven't let the batters get away by any means. Delisha's still out there though, 28 off 29, so she's faced more than half of the balls so far. Amanda, I would have liked to have seen her get a bit more strike here. She can hit a long ball. She's got the opportunity here in the final over. It is Kumadu to come back to bowl her second. Goes for a big shot there. There is a fielder out there though. It's Alexia Kontokoraikas, but didn't quite attack the ball as much as probably she should have done there, and that does allow the 2 batters out there in the middle to run through for 2. You can see she was just a bit tentative, waiting to see where the ball landed, and as a result, it was good running here as they got through safely. 2 quick runners out there in the middle in Amanda and Delisha. So they're inching up to that half century. Italia Zood 48 for 2, still 5 balls left. That's a big attempt at a cutaway. This time though, falls safely in the hands of the keeper, Martina. That's well bowled by Kumadu, of course one of the most experienced players in the Italy side. Second highest wicket taker for the national team in T20Is. This time though, it's cut away and there is a fielder out there, but she can only watch it sail over her head. And that's 4 runs to Amanda. And that's why I wanted to see her on strike a bit more. It's an elegant shot that is. And she takes her guard outside of the crease, gives herself a bit of room and just carves it away over the covers. So that is the 50 up for Italia Zood, 52 for 2. Still 3 balls left. See if they can inch their way up to that 60 mark. It's well bowled though by Kumadu, a fuller delivery on this occasion. And you can see that the Italy Nord want to actually keep Amanda off strike because they know she's dangerous, 15 off 10. But it will be Delisha back on strike now for the final 2 deliveries. A big swing there. It's gone through the keeper Martina, but it's good fielding out there by Amaya. Got the golden arm, of course, in the first over to dismiss the incredibly dangerous Methnara without even facing a ball. This time though, it goes through the batter and the stumps, through the hands of the keeper, and it was Amaya, the second line of defence, who did the fielding. But it does get Amanda back on strike for the final ball of the innings. She comes down the pitch and she strokes it away, and we've kept the best till last here as her teammates out there on the boundary have to take evasive action as that is hit firmly and beautifully away over long off. 6 runs, and that's a flourish to end the innings for Italia Sud, and they do manage to break that 60 barrier. They finish on 60 for 2 off 10 overs, and Amanda there showing a glimpse of what she's capable of. She finishes on 22 for 12. Delisha, well, she faced exactly half of the innings, 28 runs to her name, so maybe not quite the strike rate that she knows she can go at, but for the first game, it always takes a while to feel into the game. And well, Amaya, she didn't need any time at all, as Methnara, a bit slow out of the traps here. By the time she tried to get down the other end, she saw her stumps dislodged, and it was a great run out by Amaya. And then Delisha, Chatu, they put on a nice little partnership. It was worth 30, but probably just scored at too slow a rate for 2 players who are very experienced, have a lot of international games under their belts. And Delisha, well, it was that one big 6 that she hooked away, but otherwise just contented herself with playing along the ground, picking up a few boundaries here or there. Chatu probably went a bit too slowly, scored 6 off 18, was eventually trying to accelerate the run rate, tried to pull out the sweep, only managed to have her stumps dislodged by Sonia Toffoletto, her fellow national team player. Then Amanda Potgieter came in and showed us what she was made of. That was a good effort there in the outfield by Alexia Contemporary, because that would have dismissed Amanda early on in the piece. As a result, though, had a bit of funky foot fielding, the wrong side of the rope, and a few boundaries then at the end of the innings, and probably saved the best till last, as Amanda was hitting it all parts of the ground, but finished with a flourish as she carved that one over covers for 4, and then smoked one down the ground, 6 runs to get her side up to 60 off the 10 overs. We're not sure yet if that's a good enough score. Of course, we're only halfway through the first game, and Italia Nord will of course have the right to reply, but Italia Sud do have some experience in their bowling ranks as well, and it remains to be seen if that will be a defendable total as we take a look at the batting scorecard. And Delisha, she opened up and she stayed there throughout, 28 off 30, so just about less than a run a ball. Methnara, well, if you get her out for a diamond duck, don't let her face a ball, then you'll be very happy as a fielding side. I'm sure, though, we'll see fireworks from her in the remaining 3 games. Chatu never really got going, 6 off 18 before she was clean bowled by Sonia Toffoletto, and Amanda Potgieter at the end, adding a little bit of flourish to the proceedings, 22 off 12, but it was a really impressive bowling performance for Italia Nord. Just the 5 bowlers used, all of them have national experience, and it was Sonia Toffoletto who picked up that 1 wicket, as of course the other one was a direct hit run out by Amaya. So here we are at the halfway mark. It's Italia Sud who batted first, and they put on 60 runs, so it's a run rate of just over 6 needed in 10 overs if Italia Nord want to take the first victory of 4 on offer over these next 2 days. But there's still a lot to play for, and I know that Italia Sud will come out firing with the ball, I'm sure. So it's halfway through match 1 here in this ECS-W Italy, in this glorious sunshine here in Bologna. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full for the run chase on the European Cricket Network in just about 5 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Sunny Bologna here in Italy, northwest Italia. And of course, we're at the home of the ragu sauce. Of course, that goes well with the old tagliatelle. I've got to say that I did have some of that yesterday and it was delicious. They know what they're talking about, and that sauce is quite amazing. And I've mentioned already that the team, we went on a bit of a night out. We had a nice meal. We were joined by some of the umpires and some of the locals, and it was fantastic. And we certainly did find out just why this part of Italy is known as the belly of Italy. El Grassa, the fat one, because I think we all ate too much and we're feeling it this morning. Anyway, let's turn our attention to this match. Of course, there is a bonus point up for grabs with that score of 60 on the board. That means that if the batting side can be restricted to less than 42 during their 10 overs, then there is an opportunity for the Italy Sud team to take all the points. Whereas I think Italy North will feel that there perhaps is an opportunity, if they get off to a great start, that they could knock these runs off. 61 required inside the 7 overs, and they themselves could take 4 points. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Of course, we have got some good bowlers in both sides. We saw some good bowling there from Italia Nord. Let's see what they can do here with the batting. Let's the umpires out, ready to go. Umpire Nuwan and Asad Ali. So first one is going to be, no surprise really, Chaturika. Malamamage is going to bowl the very first over. And she just couldn't really quite get going with the bat. Did chew up quite a lot of deliveries, didn't she? For that 6, she scored 18 balls. And when you have somebody like Stormer, well, Stormer is a Stormer, 22 of 12 with those 2 4s and 1 big 6 to end the innings. Well, that could have been a big difference if maybe she had been in there early and faced those 18 deliveries. But it's all about learning. That's what this is. It's about finding out a little bit more about these players. And I'm sure that as we go through the matches today and tomorrow, we'll start to see some subtle changes. And that's going to be okay. Good start. And once again, another sign of that ball just doing a little bit in the air. So a bit of swing to start off with here from Chaturika Malamage. That's struck well and well fielded. Getting dirty for a team. It's nicely done there. Good bit of fielding like that. I think a very important part of the field, as I mentioned before, that part there for the women's game. And the captain leading by example, Delisha, to get a single. Remember, that had a tragic start. Did the Italian South with Matanara Ratanaika being run out for a diamond duck. So they kind of recovered from that, but of course you know that Matanara, if she gets going, can score stat loads of runs. She'll be looking to bounce back, no doubt. At the moment, we see her behind the stumps. The wicket-keeper batter. Well bowled again. Then, so it's sort of a runnable score, but as we know and we've seen sometimes in the past in women's cricket, if you apply the squeeze in the field, up in the air, maybe a catching chance just over the head of the fielder. Does very well. It wasn't easy, and then gets a good throw in. That's an excellent arm from the fielder. That's Tashani. So she does well. She's backpedaling, trying to get there, just can't make it, but I love the way. Look how quickly she turns, spins, throws, direct hit on the stumps, and it's a good job that the batters, I mean, they thought about it and made the right choice. Unfortunately, that bat stays down as well. Amamore out there with Sadale Malawata. Malawata, I know that she can hit the ball very hard, and especially plays that pull shot and the hook shot very well. He's on strike here. And she does strike it well down the ground. This will just slow up on the outfield. They are taking on the second, and oh, well, a direct hit, and we could have seen another run out. Emma Moore running to the danger end, coming back for two. Once again, very good fielding. And here we see it again. So it's a good-looking shot down the ground on another boundary. Probably would have got the four. But that's excellent work from the fielder, Tashani. Throws it in, and this doesn't miss by a lot. Oh, that is very close. Direct hit, and it would have been curtains for Emma Moore. But at the moment, they do okay. It's the end of the first over. And 4 from it. So you can see what I mean. The only difference is I think they could put the squeeze on just a little bit more on the leg side. I'm just having a quick look at the field here. So they've got square leg just by the umpire. Mid-wicket already back on the boundary. And so is long on. So we're seeing a very different approach in the field from the Italy South side. They seem to be a little bit more defensive. Now, I am seeing a change now. So it looks like the fielder that was on the boundary at mid-wicket, I think it's Amanda, is being brought into the circle. I like that, but I think you can have one a lot closer there just to save the single. And you got like a very straight long on. That's Tashani, who looks like she's going to be covering both of those straight boundaries down the ground. Up in the air, and oh, it's almost taken. That's Luana. Gets herself in a good position. It just doesn't stick. It's a bit of a full delivery from Nimesha. And it's been well struck, but was an opportunity. And it was probably right up there. Probably a little bit the sun plays the part there as well. But I like the fact that Ona Sims doesn't shy away from it, but it just doesn't stick. So you've got to say that's a genuine chance to remove Emma. They will take the single. That's where I think they can be just a little bit tighter in the field. And I think that both teams will look at this match and along with their coaches and discuss some of the tactics. And I do feel that they can be tighter on the leg side. Up in the air, just over the outstretched hand of the fielder. And the hesitation. Can they get it to the other end? No. Oh, there was possibly a chance of a run out here. I think the fielder just turns and throws. Just wanted to get the throw in as quick as possible. But if it was a better throw that could have been gathered by Mathanara there, she would have sent it back to the bowl, and there possibly would have been a chance of a run out, because you saw that Emma Moore kind of overcommits. She'll get away with it. And that one, oh, well, that's gone. Has that gone through the lid? Oh, no, this is not good. I think that ball, yeah. Well, Mathanara has sat herself down. That's the right thing to do. I think it wasn't the pace. It wasn't the pace of the ball. I think it's more the shock and the surprise. It's the right thing to do, just sit down. Have a look at it again here. It's gone right. It's gone inside. The ball is actually inside the helmet. So it's gone through the lid. And, I mean, that really shouldn't happen. And I can see that Mathanara, when she's taken the lid off there and she has sat down, you can see the ball, there it is, still trapped in the lid of Mathanara Ratanaika. And when she sat down, she did sort of give a slight indication that she did feel it there, just there. And when she sat down again, she said, yeah, I did feel that. Now, that's the right thing. I think that she's coming off. I think she's probably a little bit of shock involved in there as well. So, yeah, I think it probably makes sense for her to come off and sit down and just try to compose herself. And really, I think also for the medic just to examine. So, she's going to sit this one out, which makes perfect sense. And you can see Charles Croucher there as well. But yeah, it's interesting. It does. I mean, I've seen balls that have lodged in the grill, but you can see that this one, I wonder if it it does lodge in there. It doesn't actually go through, but maybe because of the impact and the movement that the ball does make some contact with the forehead. But it's not nice to see. I mean, I do know that that obviously when women's cricket, the balls are slightly smaller, but still, having said that, I don't think they should really get through the grill like that. So that's certainly going to be some concerns there, really. But it's good to see that Matanara, who's not had a good day so far, actually remember she was run out without facing for a diamond duck, and now she gets one that goes through the grill. So there'll be slight concerns, and I think it's the right thing, though. In looking at it, it doesn't look so severe. There's no sign of any blood or anything, but I think it's just it's the shock of it as well. That's probably something that she's never experienced before, and I think it's the right decision just to say, look, come on, let's just walk off, sit down in the nice shady part of the ground, and get you checked out, and then afterwards, if all is well, just take on some liquids and get yourself composed and ready for maybe the next match, or she may even want to sit the next match out. So I think we're going to see a wicketkeeper change, and then we, of course, will resume. Of course, not only do we have the two matches here between the women of Italia, North and South, coming together, but also we have day one of the ECIs there in France. And Drew, that's where I'll be travelling to later on today. Denny Hudacek is talking you through the action today. France taking on Sweden. They'll play 4 matches today. And certainly we'll keep an eye on that. Sweden, a few people were saying to me they were looking forward to Sher Ali once again being on network. But I've had some news that Sher Ali won't be travelling with the Swedish side. He's a late withdrawal. Don't know the details of that, so there won't be no Sher Ali there. But Sweden, they've got some very powerful hitters. So there is a change in the keeping department. It looks like Dashani, who earlier was fielding very well actually on the boundary at long on, is going to take the gloves. And of course, I think they'll also have the 12th on the field. So a slight delay while we get this sorted. But I can see Matanara to my left there. She's up, she's about, she's walking around, she's okay. I think it's the initial shock of it really more than anything else. So we get ready to resume. Sadalit. Malawata, the batter on stride. You've got Emma Moore. This was the field we were talking about. So you can see a big gap there on the leg side. And I'm not a fan of seeing, you see Amanda there on the boundary, not a fan of that until a batter actually gets it over the short mid-wicket. So I like to see them sort of just put an extra body in there to keep it tight, because you're wanting to keep them less than run a ball to win the match. So you don't want to give away these easy singles. Now let's see if they do change that field eventually. That's hit pretty well. Should be again just a single, and a slight slip from the fielder. That was Novia, but she's been well backed up there by Chaturika. Nimesha bowling well, just bowling nice and straight, getting the ball on the stumps, and some of the shots that have been played are a bit uppish. Amanda, by the way, has now moved into that short mid-wicket area, and I like that. I wonder if that's just a move for specific batters, whether they feel that Malawata, because she's a good puller and hooker of the ball, whether they feel that for her, they do need to keep some boundary stopper on that the mid-wicket boundary. It looks like that is the way, because once again, I think to Malawata that Amanda does go back again. Welcome to wherever you're tuning in from. I want to say hello to everybody on the chat, and happy Saturday. We should say Easter Saturday, and everybody's getting ready for indulging themselves in chocolates tomorrow, and do enjoy. Easter eggs will come out for Easter Sunday. just drags this one, and it goes to Amanda, who does the fielding. They do get the single there, though. So, once again, I wonder if they do want to just tighten a little bit more there. This is just Rico who comes back to bowl a second. Only 4 from the first, and only 4 who came off the second over as well. So, at the moment, the Italian Souths team are not making it easy. They're keeping it nice and tight. How about the percentages there? We're very much in the Goldilocks zone, aren't we? And I think most of the matches we're going to see today will be good delivery. A little bit of late movement there from Mamalamange. And this one probably a little bit too wide. Oh, they're taking on the throw, and the fielder just a little bit late getting that ball under control and getting it in. It's very well run, actually. But could have been trouble if the fielder had picked it up cleanly. So an opportunity once again. It's been opportunities. There was that difficult chance for Luana Sims. And there's a couple of run-out opportunities that have been missed. That's well bowled. Just taking it on again. It's good running between the wickets every time that ball's not taken cleanly. And of course, that's a bit of an advantage that perhaps that Italy North have at the moment with the normal keeper, Matarana, just taking some time out to compose herself after that initial blow she took. They've got Tishana behind the stumps. And every time she's not gathering the ball cleanly, they're taking the runs. This time she does gather it cleanly. Well done. It's not easy, and Tishani does very well there. But this is good. I like this movement. And you can see that the batters are just not quite getting to the pitch of this. He's bowling it at a lovely length, short of a length, getting the ball to move away, and the batter just not getting the stride in. They're trying to play these from inside the crease. Now another opportunity. This time it gets over Sims, and it will, again, just be a single. Great work there from the bowler as well. Chaturika, as the ball comes in, it's not the best of throws to deal with, but if this gets past her, there's probably an opportunity for a second. So Sims gets lobbed, gets the throw in, but no opportunity of taking a second. And it's well bowled again, and it's the end of the over. And Chaturika has done very well. He's gone for just 5 runs in that one. The score at the end of the power play is 13, so Italy North just starting to fall behind here. And 8 runs coming off that spell of Chaturika. She does very well. I'm pretty sure that they might keep the bowling the same here. There's maybe no need to change it at the moment. And I think they are going to change it, actually. I think we are going to see this. Looks like Amanda Stormer. There. Saw her play a lovely shot earlier to finish the innings. So Steamer's the name. I've been caught saying Stormer. Well, she was storming when she was batting, but Steamer's the name of Amanda. And gets into the action here now. Let's see how she goes. She's making some changes to the field, just moving the third and the point around a bit. And got everybody in the ring on the leg side. So here's her first. And she just goes the wrong side of the line. But once again, there's still that movement. Plenty of movement here from these bowlers. It's well bowled. That area works, doesn't it? It's where batters tend to be fishing at the moment, and you can see they're just trying to get a dab on it to get something away. A bit straighter this time, and good bit of bounce. Gets a good bit of rhythm going. Does Steamer. checking the field here. I think she might, yeah, she's was contemplating on maybe having somebody in a little bit closer, I think. That's well bowled, straight through, and you just get the feeling that if Amanda can get one straight on the pegs, that Emma Moore might be in a spot of bother. You can see that Emma knows that they're falling behind. Started off needing a run of ball 6 and over, and that's now gone to around 7. That ends up being stopped by the fielder. I think more by luck perhaps than skill. It was hit pretty well, and I think that's Novia who does well. It clogs her a little bit, but she ends up making the stop. In fact, it's Delisha. Novia is just next to it, but makes the stop. They'll get the single. And another good tight over. That one is pitched up. It's met well. It's struck down the ground, but only as far as Sims, who is Lona Sims, plays her cricket there in the UK, and she's studying at the university in Liverpool, where she plays most of her cricket. And she'll be in action again here. And good clean pickup and good throw, good arm, and right on the stumps. The number of direct hits, I reckon we've had almost as many direct hits today in this first match between these two women than we had in the whole of the European Cricket Series. Here's another one right on the stumps. They've got their radars tuned in, haven't they? Have the women here in Italy, as the over number 4 comes to an end, and it's 17 without loss, and with every over they're not quite getting. They're getting at around about 4, and that's not enough. So the rate starts to go up, and I think once it gets past that 9 mark, when it gets to 9/10 required per over, I think that's when it gets difficult, because that's when you start to talk about you needing to try and pick up a boundary every over and also try and get a single. So they're just not being able to get bat on ball and take those singles. I think there's gaps around the spaces around the field is pretty defensive. There is opportunities to take the singles, but you see it's got to a point now where singles alone from every ball won't do it, and it's not something that they've been able to achieve as well. Delisha will come into the action herself now to bowl, and yeah, they've got to take these. That's good running, good calling. So Malawata will get herself back on strike. We're keeping an eye on this as well. I mean, it's not something that you sort of like to talk about, but the captain might be thinking that perhaps have to make a change with the batters. Tossed up, just looking to hit it straight down the ground, but just plays it just a little bit late, gets a bit of an inside edge, but they will take a single. Delisha, you can see she's quite cunning, isn't she? She's tossing that ball right up, enticing the batters to try and come forward. Thing is, though, I think she will also know she's quite happy keeping these two out there at the moment. They're not really hurting them. They're putting them, if anything, in a stronger position. Floated up again. That's met well, and good fielding. As there's that throw going. She doesn't hold back. They think about taking some overthrows. It's got a strong arm, as Lorna Sims. And I like the fielding there. She attacks that ball and could have just waited for it, but she attacks it, knowing that she doesn't really want the ball to bounce on the second bounce. So takes it on the first bounce and gets the throw in straight away. Good bit of action, and I think Delisha quite rightly probably says that's one for the fielders doing the backing up. Does well to get bat on that. It's the slightly flatter delivery. So once again, like I said, very good, clever bowling this from Delisha, the captain. And that's well bowled. That one goes through. So Getting towards the end of this over, the halfway point, and I think Tina will talk us through the last 5 overs with, has to be said, with Italy South in a pretty strong position. As you can see, the batters just struggling to get bat on ball really consistently enough, and a number of extras have been pretty key in this innings. That's going to be the 6th. We've had 2 byes and 4 wides now. Yeah, Tina will talk you through, and I will certainly be around. I'll be watching, and then after this match, of course, I'll have to start making my way to make travels to France. But I just want to say, as that over comes to an end, it's been an absolute pleasure and a thrill to be here in Bologna, particularly this new ground. And I know that this 4-match series between the north and south of Italy is going to be a very exciting one. I'm going to leave you with the upcoming events as Tina Goff joins you back to talk through the remaining 5 overs.
Thanks very much, Rico. And it's always a pleasure to join him in the commentary igloo, of course. That France series is in progress, and I know Rico, well, as much as we try, we can't be in 2 places at once, so he's leaving me to fly solo the rest of the time in Bologna, and he'll be hot-footing it over to France to join Danny Hudacek there for the ECIs and the ECS as we go back to live. And Luana Sims has come on for her first ball, and she gets a wicket with her first delivery. It's LBW, it's Sadali who's the 1-4. She was just far too early on that shot. Played through it, and it just hit her leg. Looked pretty dead on from here, on a bit of an angle. So we will take a look. As it just goes through the gate, pitches and turns actually significantly. And I'd say, yeah, probably just about hitting in line. And the decision goes the way of Luana Sims. It turned significantly, didn't it? Pitched well outside off stump. Manages to get some grip and turn on an AstroTurf, which won't give you much out the surface. Just a question if it was pitching in line. It was certainly going on to hit the stumps. And that will be the end of Sadali as she falls for 9 off 13. So that is the first wicket to fall. It's the first ball of the 6th over. It brings Kumadu to the crease. Probably not the worst wicket there for Italia Nord to lose, because the 2 batters out there weren't necessarily going on the run rate required, and Kumadu comes out and smashes her first ball for 4 runs. So shows her intent straight away. As that one was looped up by Luana Sims, just dipping, so I don't think there's any danger of that being a no ball, but Kumadu comes straight in and smacks her first ball for a boundary. And that is the first boundary of the innings. So you can see why at the halfway stage Italia Nord slightly below the rate. Far too many dot balls, and they just haven't been able to convert those dots into ones or ones into 4s. Kumadu's coming out with a bit of intent here. This one flies over the keeper's head, and it flies actually through the hands of the fielder there. Does manage to get it at the 2nd attempt though. There's Natasha out there doing the fielding. So it's just overrun a ball, but of course if they can pick up a few more boundaries here, Nord, then they'll get back down to just being able to chip away with singles. But Emma's still out there. She's 7 off 18. Needs to just start accelerating to try and get her side back onto that run rate. They do have players with international experience still to come in the batting lineup. Someone's chipped away, it should just be the single. Alexia Kontoparakis, we saw her with the ball in hand. We saw her in the ECS-W in December. She can come out and swing. And they've also got Pasindi in there. 19 years old, but actually quite a lot of international experience. She made her debut 2021, so just as a teenager, well, she's still a teenager, even younger teenagers. This one's floated up by Sims. But this has been a good over so far, and in fact they'll go for the overthrows here. And a direct hit would have been trouble. As it was, though, manages to get back in safe. Does Kumadu. Will... Oh, actually, we'll have to take, though. Look at that. Does she get her bat down? That bat's still in mid-air. It goes down and then it comes back up. And let's take a look at that. I think she's struggling there. I thought for all the world she was safe because, of course, she is well over the line with her bat, but I don't think she quite grounds that one. Yeah, I think the bails come off just around there, unless, of course, it's hit by the gloves of the keeper. It's hard to see where the ball is on that occasion. It's like one of those spot the ball puzzles you get in the newspapers. If those bails are taken off cleanly, then I think she would be out, but I think she actually hits it off with her gloves. The ball pops up. As a result, Kumadu lives to bat another day, because it was the gloves that dislodged the bails and not the ball. It was a dangerous run. They ran on the overthrows, but this is the pressure that they need to put the fielders under. It's already 8 runs coming from this over. That one's worked away, and they'll look to get another 2 in here. It should be comfortable. 2 fielders. The fielder out there has to come from mid-wicket boundary, running all the way across. So they do manage to run through for 2. Hit, run out to get rid of the dangerous Methnara without even facing a ball. We've got a chance of a caught and bowled here, and it's a brilliant effort from Amanda as she does the fielding off her own bowling. And it was just chipped up in the air by Alexia Kontaparakis, just trying to move the score along, trying to nudge it into the gap. Only manages to chip it back to the bowler. Brilliant reactions there from the Italia Zood number 9 to grab that one on the way down. So we take a look at this. Well, that was her on the way back up. Maybe we can get a full replay in a moment, as it is Alexia Kontaparakis who has to depart. She goes for 1 off 2 deliveries. Meanwhile, though, Kumadu Pedrick, she's looking dangerous at the other end. Now just 9 runs needed. So Nalini Iragoda will be the new batter. And you'd think here her job is just to get Kumadu back on strike. She does go for a big swing. But it's a good delivery again from Amanda. As we take a look at this catch again, it's worth having another replay. Just chipped up. And Amanda almost on her knees by the time she takes that catch. It's a brilliant grab. Almost above her head. This one goes high up in the air. Chance for a catch, and it's burst through the hands of Luana Sims. And not only is it a drop, but it does get Kumadu back on strike. There is only 1 ball left of the 8th over. So if I were Italia Zood here, I would be bringing the fielders on the leg side in, because I would challenge Pedrick to try and hit it over the top of them. What you don't want to do is give her the strike, allow her to bat in the 9th. And that's exactly what she's achieved, but there is a chance of a run out. The run out goes to the wrong end, but it's going to be out. And again, a brilliant direct hit. Kumadu is the danger batter. She's safe with the non-strikers, but Nalini, she was slow off the mark here. And again, a dead-eye throw from Italy. And it's been an impressive fielding performance all round by the Zood side. As we take a look at this, it was just chipped into the offside, and it was Nethmi who ran round from the covers, and again, top of off stump. Great delivery if you're a bowler, and a great feeling if you're a fielder to see those stumps flying. And there's 2 wickets in the over in the end. Only the 3 runs coming off it, but Kumadu is still there. And importantly, she's now at the striker's end to face the 9th over. Still 8 runs required, as Nalini has to depart. It's worth taking a look at that run out again, because it was a brilliant piece of fielding by Nethmi. As it was just chipped in to the offside. You can understand why Kumadu wanted the run. And I thought maybe they'd gone to the wrong end because you needed Kumadu really back in the sheds. But it was a dead-eye throw nonetheless by Nethmi. Great little highlight for her. Just 16 years old, Nethmi. And another prospect for the future. Certainly one that you want in the field if she's got accuracy like that. As we take a look at the sides, of course, this is the first of 2 games coming up between these two. It looks like Italia Sud made a couple of changes. As we go back to live, we'll have plenty of time to talk through the teams as we have that second game coming up in just over an hour's time. Pasindi is the new batter. Meanwhile, she's now on strike to face her first ball. Just 7 runs required now for Italia Nord. You've got Nimesha back for her second over. Her first just went for 4. So we could have a bit of a last over thriller here. Precious dot ball for Sud. It'd be interesting to see who does bowl the 9th as well. They've just used 5 bowlers so far. Luana Sims, though, is the only one that will have an over to spare. Her first over went for 10. She did pick up the wicket, though, on the first delivery. Again, it's a brilliant pickup there by Nethmi. They're still able to run through for 1, but she avoids the second run here. Just sticks out her right hand as she's falling down, left hand even. And the exuberance of youth there as she's able to tumble away and stop, in fact, the run at all. So it's 6 runs needed now. And Kumadu, well, I think she's looking for the boundary, isn't she? 1 boundary would more or less seal the deal here. Well, if it's a 6, it will finish the game. If it's a 4, you'd imagine Nord would be more or less over the line. And she goes for the big swing. I think she's just losing her shape a little bit here. She wants to get the boundary, but at the moment, her head just goes up, misses the line of it completely, and it's another dot ball. So this is a brilliant over so far from Nimesha, and 1 ball left of it. Her 2 overs have only gone for 6 runs. A dot ball here would make things extremely interesting. It goes up in the air. There's cause of catch it, but it falls directly in between 2 fielders, and I think Kumadu is more than happy to just keep it to a single here because that puts her on strike for the final over. So after 9, Italia Nord 56 for 4. 5 runs needed in 6 deliveries. It's Kumadu on strike. But we could be in for an absolute thriller here, and it does look like it will be Luana who's marching with intent to the middle of the pitch to bowl the final over. And well, that was a great spell by Nimesha. Went for just 7 runs off the 2 overs. Amanda as well, she went for 7 but picked up that wicket, the caught and bowled, and of course there was the run out in her over as well, and that's what's made this go down to the wire. 5 runs needed. Kumadu on strike. You'd imagine 1 boundary here. Well, that would level the scores, and that would be game over, more or less. Kumadu, though, just needs to keep her composure here. There was a few wild swings in that previous over. It's tossed up, and it will be settled on 1 big hit. 6 runs, Kumadu Pedrick, and that is the first game going the way of Italia Nord. And well, the first innings finished with a big 6, and the second innings goes the same way, though. This one even more important, though, as it is 6 runs to win the game. And Italia Nord, they claim victory, as that one just tossed up by Luana Sims, just didn't quite manage to pitch it. And Kumadu Pedrick swung hard and managed to get all of it, so she finishes on 29 off 15 deliveries. A match-winning performance from her as well. When she came in, her side, Nord, were struggling along as the 2 openers Mawata and Moore didn't quite get going, but Pedrick came in, used all of her experience and hit 2 mighty sixes on the way to the win. As we take a look back at some of the highlights, as well, the two squads there will have plenty of time to talk through. A couple of changes, of course, more of practice games coming up for the Italian national side and some younger players, but it was the younger players out there. Emma Moore, just a teenager still, who got things going with Sadali, and they stuck around. It was a nice little partnership. It just wasn't quite the pace needed, as Sadali eventually was the first to fall. The fielding was exceptional from both sides. Some brilliant runouts affected. Got a direct hit again from Nefmi. She's a teenager, and the tone was set early on this morning as Methnara was run out without a ball being faced. But Sadali and Emma, they got things off to a steady, if not explosive, start. But at the halfway stage, they were 22. And Rico was thinking maybe Talia Zood had this one in the bag. Well, there was one in the helmet there for Methnara, as it's not been a great day for her. Hopefully she's okay to come back and play in that second game. I'm sure Italia Zood would absolutely need her runs, but she went unsat off. We'll see if we get an update on her. That was the first wicket to fall. It was actually a good wicket to fall for Italia Nord, as Zood actually picked up the wicket. It was Luana Sims, the LBW, but it brought Kumadou Pedrick to the crease, and she was the one that really swung the game in her side's favour. She hit her very first ball for 4, and that set the tone for the rest of her innings, as it was a valiant effort in the field by Italia Zood. This was the brilliant run out that marked the end of Emma Moore, who hit a big 6 herself, but then had to depart just a few balls later. Gayatri there with the outstanding throw from the deep. It was Kumadou Pedrick who cleared the rope on 2 occasions, 2 4s as well, as in the end there was just not enough runs on the board for Zood to defend. Can you imagine if Methnara comes back strong, 30-40 more runs on the board, and we could be in for a real treat. That was another treat there, as Nefmi, the 16-year-old, hits a direct hit to mark the end of Nalini, and then Pasindi came in towards the end, the captain. But it was down to Kumadou Pedrick to finish the game and the innings off in style with the big 6. Italia Nord then chasing down the total with 5 balls to spare, so it was a final over thriller, but Kumadou Pedrick eased any worries that Italia Nord might have had. But it's all smiles all round. Both these sides know each other very, very well. Most of the time they spend the games on the same side of the field, but on this occasion there's no love lost out there in the middle. Some of them playing for national team spots for pride, and also just for a bit of personal glory. Well, the glory on this occasion does go to Italia Nord, as they take home the first win of the series. Of course, still 3 games left to come, and the next game will be coming up in just about an hour's time, as long as if my watch is working correctly. No, half an hour's time. In fact, it's 11:15 local time. So in about 35 minutes, we will have the next game. And you imagine Italia Zood, they'll come back fighting. On paper, they have probably the stronger batting lineup, but of course, if someone as dangerous as Methnara is run out without a ball being faced, then you can be pretty happy if you're the opposing side, and it will be Italia Nord who finished this first game happy. So, the end of the first match then in this ECS-W, Italia Nord take the win. As we take a look at the scorecard, and well, Sadali and Emma got things off to a circumspect but steady start. And it was only really the fireworks of Kumadou Pedrick who came in the 6th over, who really turned the game in Nord's favour. And it was Pasindi, the captain, who was able to admire at the non-striker's end as the final ball was struck for 6. As for the bowlers, it was still a decent performance, just the 4 wides. And especially impressive, those 2 in the middle, Nimesha and Amanda, identical figures, but for the fact Amanda also took that brilliant caught and bowled, and there was the run out in her over, but not quite enough for Italia Zood, and probably just 30-40 runs short. Even if they could get to that 80 mark, I think they'd be happy to try and defend that. But is Italia Nord, who end up happy after match 1 of this ECS-W Italy as they take home the win by 6 wickets. As for Italia Sud, they don't have too long to wait before they seek their revenge, as match 2 is coming up in about half an hour's time. So join me, Tina Goff, for that one. Rico Full will be on his way over the border to France to bring you the action from Dreux. So you've got half an hour now, maybe switch over to the other live stream where it has started over in France between France and Sweden. But don't forget to come back to the European Cricket Network here in about half an hour's time for match number 2 between Italia Nord and Italia Sud. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back to Bologna, where we're into match 2 of this ECS-W between Italia Nord and Italia Süd. And what a match we had this morning. It was a bit of a low-scoring thriller as Italia Süd, they only put on 60 runs onto the board. Methnara, the danger batter, she was run out without facing a ball. And we thought at the halfway stage probably won't be enough, but then Italia Nord got off to a slow start. And at the halfway stage, Rico was saying maybe there's enough runs after all. But then in came Kumadu and she hit 2 sixes, 2 fours and saw her team home in style with a 6 on the first ball of the final over. But I'm sure Italia Süd will have some revenge on their minds as they go into match 2. It's a 4-game series. It's the final game of the day here in Bologna, but we also have the action over in France. But for now, we're going to go out into the middle to Charles for the coin toss for match number 2.
Thanks, Tina. Ready for the toss? Italy South, you're the home team. Italy North, your call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it is a tail. They're going to have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Charles, and welcome back to Bologna, where we're into match 2 of this 4-game series between Italia Nord and Italia Süd. As you saw there at the toss, Italia Nord, they won the toss for the 2nd time running, and the 2nd time running they decided to field. As we take a look at the sides, and there's one change for Italia Nord as they bring up Manuela Jaisaria into the side. And as for Italia Süd, Kavisha, she comes in. She was already on the pitch for quite a long time in that first game because of the injury to Methnara, the wicketkeeper, as one ball burst through her grill behind the stumps. But luckily there, and luckily for us, luckily for her, she is back into the side. She will have the gloves for the Süd side. But first, she will probably have her batting gloves on. And this time, she'll hope to actually get on strike as she was bowled out, or she was run out without facing a ball in that first game. And if you get Methnara out, then you're going to be a very happy fielding side because she is an absolutely destructive batter. One of the highest scorers on the European Cricket Network amongst the female players. And well, despite going down in that first game, it's Italia Süd who inch it on the win predictor, 60% to 40%, probably due to the fact that they do have that strong batting lineup, which didn't quite fire in the first game. But they've got Delisha out there who probably join Methnara out in the middle to face up, and they're the customary opening batters for the Italian national side. And we also had then Amanda Potgieter, who came in later in the piece, who showed us just a glimpse of what she is capable of. But of course for Italia Süd, it wasn't enough in that first game as they just managed to put on 60 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. And Italia Nord, they were able to chase it down with 5 balls to spare. It looked at the halfway stage that actually Italia Nord were well behind the rate. They just had 22 on the board. And it was the fall of the first wicket that actually helped Italia Nord somewhat, because it brought Kumadu Pedrick to the crease and she steered her side to victory, scoring 29 runs, so almost half of the target off just 15 deliveries. And she managed to finish the game in style with a big 6 over mid-wicket. So after one game, it's Italia Nord who have the 1 win on the board. And they won the toss again, 2nd time running, and they are in the field, and it's Pasindi who has had the luck of the coin. She will have the ball in hand to start off this fielding innings for Italia Nord. And it is the familiar forms of Delisha and Methnara to start off for the Süd side. And this one, well, it ends up in the hands of Pasindi, but a no ball has been called on field, and it's a correct decision as Delisha, I think, realises straight away that that was a no ball. So it was taken by Pasindi, but no celebrations as this will be a free hit. Delisha will have the joy of the free hit. I mean, she doesn't quite manage to get hold of that one. And Methnara maybe just ran a bit quicker on that occasion because she wants to make sure she gets in the crease this time and does have the benefit now of facing a ball, which is something she was not able to enjoy in the first game. It was unfortunate for us as well, because Methnara is an incredible player to watch when she gets going. The pace and the power with which she hits the ball. She's still only 18 years old, but she's featured already for Italy for several years. And also, of course, was in the Meltle Shield side for Europe last year as they put the British and Irish side to the sword to claim that inaugural Meltle Shield trophy. And hopefully, well, from a European perspective, they can win it back-to-back this year, as the Meltle Shield will return in September, parallel to the Western Shield. And some of the players out there, Methnara included, I'm sure will dearly like to have an invite to that prestigious event, as that one's crunched through the covers, and that's exactly what we missed out on in the first game, as Methnara shows us one of her trademark cover drives. It's all about the power in the hands and the wrists there, as she crunches that away. It's the first boundary of the innings for Italia Sud, and it's Methnara who gets into her work now and maybe has a bit of making up to do after she didn't face a ball in that first innings, first game. But that 4 takes her up to 921 runs on the European Cricket Network. And if I'm not mistaken, then she'll be the first maybe threatening that 1,000-run mark for the ECN, but she's not going to do it on this occasion, as she's caught in the field by Emma Moore. It's a brilliant catch out there, and again it continues not to be Methnara's day, as this time she faces 5 more balls than she did in the first game, but only that one flash through the covers for 4 to add to her score. This time just missed times. It tries to go long down the ground, only manages to find the hands of Emma Moore. It's a brilliant catch, sliding away to her right, ending up in the sawdust, ending up on the floor, but most importantly ending up with the ball in hand, and that is the first wicket to fall, and it's the big wicket of Methnara. Just as I was saying, she was getting towards that 1,000-run milestone on the network. The commentator's curse strikes again, and it's Pasindi who strikes with her final ball of the first over. So after the end of the first, Italia Sud 6 for 1, but a big wicket to fall as Methnara departs. And, well, she'll have to come back stronger tomorrow. As for what's happening today, over in France, it'll just about be the end of the first innings between France and Sweden. They've got a, what do you call it? There's a triple header and there's a quadruple header, I suppose, between France and Sweden, the men's international sides. Danny Hudacek is taking you through the action there, as that's a brilliant first delivery from Emma Moore. Clearly buoyed by that take on the previous delivery, sliding away, picking up the first wicket. She then gets rewarded with the ball in hand, and Delisha gets one just jumping up at her shoulder. This time though, Delisha is equal to it. She cracks that off the middle of the bat, and that does run away for 4. This time probably just a bit too short from Emma, and Delisha is very quick to rock back on that one and just kind of flat bats it away for 4 runs. And it's Sonia out there in the deep, can't do anything about that. But Delisha getting into her work now. She was the top scorer for her side in that first game, 28. Did take her 30 deliveries to get there though, so she faced half the balls. And probably not quite the scoring rate she would expect of herself. She's also one that's featured in the Meltle Shield last year, and she'll be, I'm sure, looking to add to the runs she has on the network. She's moving towards 400 runs. She had 351 before the series, add to that the 28, so that has moved her up to 379. So a 21 or more here would get her over that 400 mark. There's Emma Moore, who's trying to stop her from scoring any more runs, as she just strayed down the wrong side of the wide line on the previous delivery, but corrected it nicely here. Emma Moore is also a brilliant find for Italy, just 16 years old, but has already featured in the ECS-W for her country, and has featured in T10 internationals as well. A high score of 43 against Malta, and also picked up her best figures against the same side, 2 for 13. Hasn't played too many games internationally for Italy, more on the network. But she got in on the action early on with that catch. This time though, she might get a wicket of her own as that goes into the deep and safely into the hands of Sonia Toffoletto, and it's Delisha who departs. So both openers here for Italia Sud have already come and gone. And this time Delisha tried to repeat the trick of the second ball of the over, which she hit away nicely. This time though, just cramped her a bit for room, didn't quite get back and across enough, and it was a nice comfortable catch in the deep for Sonia Toffoletto. And well done to Emma Moore, who not only takes the catch in the first over, now gets in on the act herself. And that is in fact Emma Moore's first ever wicket on the European Cricket Network, so congratulations to her. The first of many, many to come, I'm sure. And well, there's already 2 wickets to fall here for Italia Sud as they find themselves in a spot of bother here, 11 for 2 with a couple of balls left of the second. It was Amanda Potgieter who came in after the departure of Methnara on the final ball of the first over. And she's now been joined in the middle by Tashani, carded at 4, the left-hander. A big appeal, but nothing doing on that one, and good awareness by the 2 batters, especially Amanda, who gets herself on strike, calls Tashani through. Still 1 ball left of the second over. Italia Nord, they're looking very comfortable in the field. They bowled very well in the first game, didn't give away many extras at all. In fact, just 3 wides and 1 bye in that innings. 4 extras in a 10-over game is a good return in anyone's book, especially given both these sides have some young players in their ranks. This time Amanda just knocks it into the leg side for a single, so she will retain the strike. That's the end of the second over. Italia Sud 14 for 2. But you'd say a brilliant start for Italia Nord as they look to go unbeaten on this first day of action. Take a look at the standings, and well, Italia Nord, they're 1 for 1. They'll certainly want to make it 2 for 2. We do have the bonus point in play. That's why Italia Sud, they are not pointless at the moment. They picked up the 1 bonus point by virtue of the fact that they took it to the final over. But of course, bonus points in this format, in this series, this 4-game series, only come into effect if the number of wins are the same. So if both sides pick up 2 wins, then we will go to the bonus point, and in the worst case, especially for my maths, we then go to the net run rate. But Italia Nord, they'll put themselves in a brilliant position. Oh, there's a chance there, and it's dropped in the covers. It was hit firmly by Amanda. There's Emma Moore there, doesn't repeat the trick of the first over. Take a look at this. In fact, it was a bump ball. Not able to see it from this angle. That's maybe why Emma Moore dropped it. She knew if it was a proper catch, she would have taken it, but that one just nailed into the ground, pings up. No run. This one hit firmly down the ground, and it's a brilliant shot. It's going to race away for a 4. And it's Amanda, known as Steamer, who steams into the action here. As that was just hit down the ground. A nice little body swerve there from Tashani, making sure she doesn't get a ball in the grill in the same way that Methnara did behind the stumps earlier today. Nice swerve from her, a little body swerve from the man in blue as well. And 4 runs to Amanda. This one just knocked away into the offside. They will scamper through for 1. And a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us for this second and final game of the day from Bologna. I see Jules in the chat, I see Chris, I saw Golam, Johnny earlier today. I hope you're all doing well, enjoying your long Easter weekend, hopefully full of Easter eggs. I suppose it is the final game, so food chat is allowed. Random questions are allowed as well if there's anything you want to know about anything at all. And of course, women's cricket, it's another celebration of what the finer gender can do here on the cricket field. But of course, if you want some men's action, we have ECI is coming to you live from France as well, and that's why I am flying solo here. We did have some headset issues, but even if all the technology was working correctly, I would still be on my own because Rico Full is hot-footing it to France to take you through the remaining action there in Dreux, as we have ECIs and then we have ECSs to follow next week. And then straight from there we go into Malta, where I'll be taking you through the action along with Rico as well. So Rico's doing a little tour of his own through the Mediterranean countries. I suppose you can't call Dreux in France, the north of France, too Mediterranean, but hopefully we can send some of this sunny weather their way. Certainly don't want any more of the rain that we saw over the last few days. As we get to the end of the third over, end of the power play, Italia Zuid 21 for 2. That was a better over from the batting side, 7 runs coming off it, more importantly an over without a wicket. Steady start, no more, no less for Italia Zuid. Pretty much similar way that they started that first game, but of course Delisha was the one that anchored that innings with her 28 off 30. But both her and Methnara back in the shed. So Teshani is out there. It's the first time we've seen her. She didn't bat earlier. On that occasion it was Chaturika who came in at number 3, but she only managed 6 off 18. So that's low scoring rate has probably just pushed her a little down the order. And Teshani, who also has international experience, has been given the nod here. And Amanda, well, she hit that lovely 4 at the start of the previous over. She's back on strike now. And it's the left-handed Sonia Toffoletto, already been in the action with the catch, who comes in to bowl, just doesn't quite get that one right. Of course, I am doing a bit of spying of myself here for Germany. Today, of course, I have my very, very neutral commentary hat on. As Amanda hits that one down the ground, it's a lovely stroke again, and there's 2 fielders out there. Gonna have to see if that's cleanly taken, because I did see a bit of a foot go towards the rope there as Pasindi tumbles away. As it was hit firmly down the ground, it's a key area for Amanda, and the foot there, it's the left foot that drags, and the right foot there hits the rope. It's difficult to see where the ball is, but let's have a look. Let's rock and roll it there. There's no doubt that there's contact with the rope. It's just difficult to see on that occasion where the ball is when the contact with the rope is made. Just double checking what was given there. It was given as a 4. I think that was the right call. It was wide, followed up with that one. So I will be coming up against Italy for the German side at the World Cup qualifiers at the end of May. So maybe doing a little scouting, a little review of the strength of the Italian side, and well, we know how strong they are as a national side. They proved that in the ECS-W. Of course, they're in the Premier Division, and it was a struggle for them against some very experienced sides in the form of England and Scotland and Ireland, but they more than held their own, but they were then relegated to the Challenger Division. So I'll be sick of the sight of some of these players by the end of the year, because we'll see them in the World Cup qualifiers, and then we'll come up against them in the ECS-W in December as well. But luckily they're all a fantastic bunch of girls, so we'll look forward to meeting them on the pitch. That one's clubbed away down the ground. And this time it's Teshani going into that hotspot zone, as both of these batters look to use that vacant area behind the bowler's head. On this occasion though, just goes through for 1. And thanks for asking, Jules, what my next game is. It's going to be probably internationals. There's a tournament coming up for Germany in Corfu, and we're playing up against Greece. And if I'm not selected for that, I'm sure I'll be on the mic. So either way, I'll be hopefully enjoying some Corfu sunshine, and I'm going to be enjoying this big 6 as well off the bat of Amanda, as that was a bit of a low full toss there from Sonia. It was just asking to be hit, and Amanda answered that question as just leaving it away to the leg side. Took a little shuffle outside of the crease, but with that left arm action, it's always going to go into the arc of the right-handed Amanda. And that's a big 6 to end Oh, there's still one ball left actually because of that wide, so this over's already gone for 13. And Amanda has moved on to 17 off 8. It's good to see her promoted up the order as well. 4 in the previous game, 3 in this one. It's a good comeback ball from Sonia as that one goes through for a dot. So now that is the end of the fourth, 34 for 2 on the board. So it's a busy calendar for all of the European women's international sides this summer as we have the World Cup qualifiers. I know at the moment there's a series going on in, I want to say, Cyprus, between Denmark and Jersey and Cyprus, and I think one other team, but it's hard to keep track of all the cricket that's happening across Europe. But isn't it great to see the development of women's cricket across the continent? Of course, we had that absolute celebration of cricket over in Portugal just a week or two ago, with the Portugal women's side playing their first ever international games, both T10s and T20s, and of course Norway as well were taking part in their first ever T10s, and boy did they put on a show. The first game went to a golden ball, and we had stunning finishes throughout. We had half centuries, maiden half centuries in fact, for both sides, for Norway and for Portugal. We had the second oldest ever player making her international debut in T20Is. That was Jo Childs. Had Sarah Fu Ryland in the commentary tent, just absolutely loving life in her second international cricket career after she played internationally, played test matches for England. But you could just see the absolute joy and I think surprise on her face as well, that about 19, 20 years after her first international career ended, the second one begun, and it begun in some style. And I'm sure we'll see Portugal and Norway facing up against the likes of Italy soon, whether it be on the European Cricket Network or in World Cup qualifiers. I know that's going to be one of Portugal's ambitions for the foreseeable future. That one's cut away nicely by Amanda. It will just be a 1. It's Amaya who's come on for her first bowl of the day. She of course featured in that first game and featured heavily as she effected that direct hit run out that marked the end of Methnara without facing a ball. But she gets a chance to have the ball in hand here. Sharon tries to work that away to the leg side. Amaya, she's only 14 years old. So imagine being 14. I would have maybe appealed for that if that were me. Has this lovely right arm around action. That previous delivery, let's have a look. I might have appealed for this. Let's have a look. Right in front. Yeah, probably a bit too high actually. That's just me getting carried away as a spin bowler. If it pitches and hits the batter, I'm appealing. But Amaya, 14-year-old, far more sensible than I am, as that one just gets hit away into the offside. So it's exciting to see for Italy as well that they've got such talents coming through. Amaya's 14, even Pasindi, the captain, who you'd certainly say is one of the more experienced players for Italy, made her debut internationally in T20Is in 2021. She did so when she was only a teenager, and she's still only 19 years old. And then for Italia Zood, you have Nethmi, who also effected that brilliant run out in the second innings. She's just 16 as well. I'm talking about all the youth that's on show for Italy, and I'm getting a bit jealous because I want to be out there, and I'm sure I'll be out there sooner rather than later playing against them for Germany. But in the meantime, I have my commentary hat on, my commentary suit, and I'm welcoming you into the commentary igloo. You can see now I am flying solo as Rico is making his way to France, but we've got a lot more action coming to you this weekend as well. It's the final game for today, but then you can switch your streams to France for the rest of the day. But then tomorrow morning, we do it all again as Italia Nord play Italia Zood in 2 more T10 games. And well, if it's anything like the game we had this morning with the final over finish, then we're in for an absolute treat. And what great fielding we've had seen on show as well. We've had several runouts, and we've had brilliant throws in from the boundary, direct hits. I think Rico said earlier, on commentary, we've probably had more direct hits so far today than we have in the whole of the ECS before this, which is no slight on the fielding of the men, but it shows just how impressive the fielding has been for both of these women's sides. There's Emma, who's come back to bowl her second over here. That one just goes a bit wrong, and it even escapes the grasp of Martina behind the stumps. The second line of defence, Kumadu makes sure that it's no more than just the one wide. So 38 for 2 here. 60 was the score posted by Italia Zud in the first game. They'll be looking to improve on that, and if they are to improve on it, I think it will be down to the likes of Amanda with her experience to guide this innings. I think it's probably the first time she's played any T10 cricket as well, so it'll be a quick learning experience for her, but she seems to have taken to it like a duck to water. And they're going to look for the overthrows here, and that's just a bit of a costly mistake from Italia Nord. If you've got one batter on 5 off 10 and Amanda going on 18 off 12, you can't let her run through and reclaim the strike. As that was fired in, there was no reason to fire that in with quite so much venom. But Amanda does get the strike back. And again, they might look to run 2 here as the fielder out there is well in the deep. It's a bit of a yes-no maybe, but in the end it's the attack of Sonia Toffoletto which stops the batters thinking about the second run. Interestingly, the win predictor here has Italia Sud 61%, so it's inching towards that Goldilocks zone, but still goes in favour of the batting side. It looks like they will be able to post a total bigger than the one in the first game. They managed 60 on that occasion. They're here on 42. But a couple more wickets, and I imagine that would swing firmly in the favour of Italia Nord, who of course have some batting firepower of their own. And it was Kumadu Pedrick who really showed what she could do, showed her years of experience for the national side in her 29 to see her side over the line. And Emma Moore, she also scored that big 6 before falling to a brilliant run out as we get to the end of the 6th. Scores 43 for 2. That expected score at 75. Well, that was also due to the fact that that was a pretty productive over for the bowling side. 6 runs coming off it. Just the 7 extras so far, but 4 of those have been wides, 2 leg byes, which I feel like should never really count as extras. That's my big cricket opinion of the day, as I understand why they're extras, but when you talk about extras, it's always in a negative connotation about the bowling side, and sometimes leg byes, you just can't do anything about it. So I agree that it of course should be given to the batter, but somehow there should be an extra column. But maybe that's making cricket even more complicated than it needs to be. As that one is tossed up by Amaya, and they will run through for a single. This one just probably drops in time. Amaya doesn't bowl with too much speed. I think just about benefit of the doubt. It's a big old stride there from Tashani. It has prompted Amaya to change her angle. She's going right arm around, and now has moved to right arm over. That's a better delivery. Probably not the width on that one to cut for Amanda, but she's got a few hot spots that she likes to hit. One of them is straight and one of them is a cut, and this time she goes straighter into the hands of Kumadu Pedrick though. And they just all go through for 1. You can tell that Amaya is young because her shirt is about 20 sizes too big for her. I'm sure she'll grow into it. She is still only 14, but for a 14-year-old, she's showing amazing control with the ball. That one's just worked away. They will run through for a single. She revs the ball up at the top of her mark like a leg spinner. So she's clearly trying to get a bit of lateral movement on it. It's always difficult as a spinner to get anything out of an AstroTurf pitch, but you can see her there trying to get it coming out the side of the hand. That one just drops a little short. We'll probably get away with it. Hit away into the offside. And it's just been a bit of a boundary drought here for Italia Sud. It feels like they need a boundary just to get their innings up and running again. They had at least one boundary every over from overs 1 to 4. The previous 3 overs, they've just had to content themselves with 1s and 2s. And this one, though, will be a no ball. And it will be a free hit for Tishani. She has to wear that one on the side. Absolutely no intent there from Amaya. If you're a leg spinner, sometimes the ball just comes out wrong. Tishani actually misses out on that one. Would have hoped to hit that one to the boundary, but she'll get the chance on the next delivery. It's the final ball of the 7th, and it will be a free hit for Tishani. That's a hit down the ground, but doesn't quite get hold of all of it, so it'll just be a 1 to take us to the end of the 7th over. Italia Sud 49 for 2 with 3 overs left. Thanks to Lance, he says it's the Isle of Man who are playing in that series in Cyprus at the moment against Jersey. Apparently that's on now, so not only do you need this game on, you need the action on in Drup, and you need the, I think it's a quadrangular series there in Cyprus. And well, you're going to have to buy a few more screens, I think, to get you through this action-packed calendar. The 2025 lineup on the European Cricket Network. The most recent addition, and one that I'm very, very excited about, is there on the 18th of August. We're heading to Kiel in Germany. It's my neck of the woods. It's about an hour down the road from where I live, so maybe party at my place. But it'll certainly be a party there in northern Germany as we return to a city and a ground that we have been to before, but not for a good few years. So very much looking forward to that. But we'll be in Germany a few weeks before that as well, in Krefeld, the National Performance Centre there. And of course, just 1 or 2 more countries to visit before then. My head is spinning. I need to make sure I work out what country I'm in at any given time. But the main thing is we're bringing you cricketainment every single day and then some until the end of the year, of course, where we will finish with the ECS-W, where we will see a lot of these players out there in the middle in action for the Italy side. That one's a bit of a yes-no, maybe. It's a hesitation. In the end, it's the good fielding there on the 45, which sends both batters back. And they just about escape with their wickets. Tishani got hold of that one well, but it was equally well fielded. And they thought multiple times about the single, ended up thinking it's probably a better idea that they keep their wicket, so there's no run. This time, though, Tishani goes bigger and better, and that one goes all the way. You could see that she lined up that shot. She didn't quite get a hold of it on the previous delivery, but it was second time lucky for Tishani, and there is the boundary that just gives a bit of momentum back to Italia Sud. It's Kumadou Pedrick who's come on to bowl, and she dished out 2 sixes of her own when she batted and, well, won the game for her side in that first game. But she's come in to bowl here and just dropped it a little bit short. And these two will absolutely know every little part of each other's games, as they've played for the national team together for 4 or 5 years now. Probably faced each other numerous occasions in the nets. And, well, we're just doing some spring cleaning on the ball here as the sun is down, beating down, and it's dried the field up considerably, but that ball landed firmly in the bog zone, which, well, a few days ago was absolute swamp. Now it's more of a light bog. I don't know what the classification of bogs and swamps are, but there you go. It goes plug, and a couple of days ago you can see the mud on the ball there, thanks to that great camera work. A couple of days ago that probably would have plugged and gone about 3 inches into the ground. This time at least it rolls and bounces, which is a good sign for the rest of the action today. And, well, if it stays dry for the action tomorrow as well. Comeback ball for Kumadou, digs it in shorter, and it goes over the head of Amaya. In fact, I think she gets her fingers to that one. It would have been an outstanding catch, as she had to turn her back away from where the ball was going to try and catch it over her head. Did she get her fingers to it? Yeah, she just burst through her hands. Brilliant effort though from the teenager. Just the one scored. That gets Amanda back on strike with 3 balls left of the 8th. That one's hit firmly and it's going to go all the way, and it's a big 6 off the bat of Steamer. She moves to 29, and Natalia Zood moved beyond the score that they posted in that first game. They go to 63 for 2, and they've still got the best part of 2.5 overs to add to that total. So where do you think they could get from here? They certainly will be eyeing up, I think, about 80, 85. The expected score, well, there you go, has it bang in between, 82. And these two now putting on a nice little partnership. They're both set. And they've both got runs on the board. And they've faced almost an equal amount of balls. It's Amanda who's done more of the big hitting. 2 4s and 2 6s to her name now, as this partnership with that 6 also moves beyond 50, 51 between them. Make that 52. As they've been doing good running in between the wickets as well. Just put the pressure on the fielders here, who are probably sitting a bit too deep for my liking. Actually, we had this discussion, well, Rico discussed it, and then 5 overs later I agreed that just a bit too deep, these fielders. And if you're going to be in the ring, especially with this long grass out here, make sure you're not allowing them to score a single. This time it will be a dot ball to finish the 8th. So that takes the score to 64 for 2, but that was a very effective over for the Zood side. 15 runs coming off it, including 2 big 6s. So Kumadou Pedrick didn't quite work for her on that occasion with the ball in hand, but she'll have the right to reply with the bat in just, well, about 15-20 minutes time, depending on where she bats. You can see a steady run rate, no more than that, but they've put themselves in a good position here, Italia Zood, to push in the final 12 deliveries. And it will be Amanda on strike as well. She's currently on 29 off 19. And they've turned to Alexia Kontaparakis to bowl this one. She will only end up bowling the one over. She's the 6th bowler used, so actually the first time that either side have used a 6th bowler. They just both settled on 5 in that first game, and the first delivery is hit firmly over the covers. It might plug though, and it will. They will run back for 2 as Kumadou on the back of bowling that over then does the fielding. It was a great throw in. I think a direct hit, and Tashani might have been struggling there as she kind of plonked her bat over the line rather than sliding it. Probably didn't expect the throw to come in with quite so much heat here from Pedrick, but you see, turn, throw, launches it in. Let's see if Tashani would have been struggling. Yep. She spent more time evading the ball than actually trying to get her bat in. Luckily for her, ball landed safely. The next one just guided away for a single by Amanda. And let me know in the chat, you saw the calendar just then, what tournaments are you looking forward to? Jules says he's hoping to get a few days of the Hornchurch series in and then a full week at Wimbledon. So looking forward to seeing you at both of those events, Jules. But let me know, everyone else, where you want to go, or even on your bucket list. There's a few places on my bucket list there on that calendar. And well, we were speaking to the Norwegians in Portugal, and Norway would be a great one to get on the list as well. As that one's gone high up in the air, and there's a fielder out there, and she does a great effort from Pasindi to try and, well, both stop the boundary and take the catch. In the end, she manages neither, gets both hands to it. I think she was concerned there about where she was in relation to the boundary rope. And, well, with that one step back, she was over the rope, even if she managed to hold on to the catch. And a big old 6 and a little wave from the umpire. That's a big hit off the bat of Tashani, who now moves to a run of the ball 22. But it's a good comeback here from Alexia. And bowled. It looked like Tashani was trying to play that one away to the leg side, but again, in the same way that Chaturika did in that first game, she just steps across and exposes too many of her stumps and sees the bails fly off, and Alexia Kontoparakis finishes her over with a wicket. You can see while Tishani didn't actually move too much across the stumps, it's just the fact that she already started pretty much standing outside off stump. And it was a nice delivery there from Alexia, who saw that leg stump just grinning back at her, and she obliged with the wicket. So that's also the end of the 9th over. It's a decent over from Alexia despite that big 6. It only goes for 9. She does pick up that 1 wicket as well. So Italia Zood with 1 over still to play. 73 for 3. Be interesting to see who bowls this final one. They've got Kumadu. They've also got Sonia potentially to bowl. It looks like they've gone to the experience of Kumadu. Meanwhile, the experienced Chaturika is now out there with the bat. She will be at the non-strikers end though, as that was the end of the over. So Amanda back on strike. That's exactly who you'd want at the danger end if you're going for Italia Zood today. It looks like maybe even we have a stump breakage here. And some smart thinking by the umpires, of course only bowling from one end, so they do the quick switcheroo to the non-strikers end. Maybe something that can be fixed more permanently in between the innings, but for now, just the old 1-2 swap. And hopefully a fully functional stump is now at the striker's end. Amanda though, she'll be hoping that the stumps don't come into play at all. See if she can get her side to at least over 80, expected score 82. She works that one away to the leg side. I think they want to go for 2 here. I would turn and go if I were them, and that's exactly what they do. And Amanda's quick along the ground. In fact, well, they could have gone for a 3 here, but I think Amanda, by the time she followed through to take that second run, it's halfway to the boundary. But it was a great effort there from the 2 out there to get Amanda, the set player, back on strike. Despite the throw in there from Alexia, but maybe she didn't look too happy with it, and the throw was a tiny bit wayward. There's 2 runs on the board, so that's 75 now, still 5 balls left. That one's hit firmly down the ground. It could roll all the way, but in fact no. There's the fielder out there who does the fielding, and on the 2nd or 3rd attempt, Kumadu does whip the bails off. And it's Chatu who, well, she was almost smiling as she was running back to the non-strikers end, because she knew exactly what she had to do, and that was sacrifice herself for the team. And she does it well. It was a good throw in from the boundary. And, well, both sides more or less happy with that one, because for Zood, they managed to get the set batter Amanda back on strike. For Nord, of course, they took the wicket. It was a nice throw in from Pasindi. Kumadu there. She took a swipe, missed it, and then took it on the 2nd attempt, and you can see Chatu there knew that her goose was cooked. So she goes the way of Methnara in that first game, with being run out without facing a ball. Slightly different circumstances on this occasion though, as it's the final over, and she did the right thing for the team to get Amanda back on strike. So they managed to pick up the 1 and the wicket there as well. Amanda comes walking down the wicket and picks out the gap perfectly between the 2 fielders there. It's Sonia out at mid-wicket and Emma here at long on, but neither were able to stop that. As a perfect bit of placement there by Steamer. She picks up another 4 runs. That moves her to 39, and it gets her side to that 80 mark. Still 3 balls to come. This time a fumble by the keeper, which does allow them to run through for a single. That gets the new batter Nimesha on strike. Not sure if that was the right move, to be honest. I would have probably kept Amanda on strike there. I know you take every single run as they come. And I know Amanda is also keen to allow some of the less experienced batters to have a chance out there. But just in terms of getting a few more runs on the board. Here you go, Namisha has her chance. She hits it well away. Well, that teaches me, because not only does she hit it away, she hits it for 4. And that was a brilliant strike from Nimesha, who just slightly over-pitched there from Kumadu. Bit of a full toss. Well, Nimesha made it a full toss by skipping down the pitch. And that's exactly why Amanda wanted to give her the strike, because she knew what was coming. I clearly did not. And it's 85 now with 1 ball left of the innings. Can they make it close to that 90 mark? Amanda there sold a measure down the river, but in fact it will end up with a dot. Amanda may be having a red inker in the back of her mind. I think final ball, if you hit it, you should run. But they end up not running. They're still friends here. And they don't get that extra one on the board, so they will finish on 85 for 4. It was spilled by the keeper there, Martina. So I think if they did run, they probably would have been able to get in. But Amanda, she still will be happy with her day's work as she finishes 39 off 25 deliveries. And Nimesha there, just that 1-4. Could have been a 1 on the final delivery. But I think at the halfway stage, Italia Zud will still be happy with where they are. More runs on the board than the previous game. Both times, of course, they've lost the toss, been sent into bat. They didn't manage to defend 60 on the first occasion. Can they defend 85 at the second time of asking? Well, it was a decent start for the 2 batters out there. Both managed to score a boundary, and we thought, well, this could be ominous with the 2 Italian openers at the crease, but it was a great diving catch by Emma Moore that saw the end of Methnara, who hasn't had the best day with the bat. And Elisha, well, she pivoted away on that one, found the boundary, but tried to repeat the trick. This time only found the hands of Sonia Tofoletto. A nice catch from her. And that saw both of the openers back in the shed. And Zud were 12 for 2 at that point. But the experience of Amanda Potgieter then came in, and she guided the rest of the innings along with Tashani Arilaya. And their partnership in the end was worth 61, which really put the Italia Zud side into a commanding position. And the sixes were raining it down. There was 2 for Amanda, 2 for Tashani. And it was really Amanda who took the fight to the Nord side. 39 off 25 she managed. Tashani more circumspect, 22 off 24. So that's a brilliant partnership that just kept the runs flowing, and it was only brought to an end by the bowling of Alexia Kontoparakis, but that was deep into the innings. It was the 9th over when she fell, and this was the one where she just shuffled across her stumps, exposed that leg stump, and Alexia said thank you very much. Chaturika then came in, but she wasn't able to contribute, but she did her best for the side as well. Alexia, maybe she can take her stump home with her, because it looks like she did a bit of damage. The old switcheroo. And Chatu did exactly what was needed for the team as she fell on her bat, fell on her sword to get Amanda back on strike, as there was never really a 2-on here. And Kumadu, at the second time of asking, got rid of her friend and teammate, who today is a rival. And big 4 flourish at the end from Nimesha. Cut that one away brilliantly. They did turn down a single off the final ball, which probably should have been a single in all honesty, and it probably should have been a run out as well. It was neither. So in the end, Italia Zud finish on 85 for 4. Fist bump there. Good camaraderie between these 2 sides. Of course, they know each other very well. They mostly are on the same side of the rope. But today they are rivals, and it will be Italia Nord who then have the chase on their hands, as Italia Zud put on 85 runs on the board, thanks in most part to that partnership through the middle between Amanda and Tashani. Partnership worth over 70. Really brought the run rate up, and we thought for a while actually it would be a similar score to that first game, especially with the 2 dangerous openers back in the shed. But they showed Italia Zud that they've got a bit of strength in their batting lineup. As for Italia Nord, well, they've always got strength in their bowling, as they managed to use the 6 bowlers on this occasion as well. Alexia picked up that 1 wicket, and it was Emran Pasindi at the top who bowled through, and impressive figures for both of them. But it will have to be impressive with the bat for Italia Nord if they want to chase down this total of 86 for the win. And in terms of Italia Zud, if they defend this, then they will level things up at the halfway stage of the series. Remember, it's a 4-game series, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. So maybe for the neutral, we do want to see this total defended so that we have a thrilling conclusion to the series tomorrow. But I'm sure Italia Nord will want to go into that game, match day 2, with 2 wins out of 2. In any case, we'll see the conclusion of this game starting in around 5 to 10 minutes time. It's the match 2 here of this ECS-W in Italy. So join me, Tina Goff, on the European Cricket Network for the run chase in about 5 minutes time. Don't go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the second half of this match, to the final match here from Bologna for today. And it's Italia Nord versus Italia Sud. Inter-Italian rivalry being built up here, and at the halfway stage, Italia Sud, they've gone 25 runs better than they did in that first game, as they put 85 on the board. So the batting side, Nord, if they want to pick up the winning bonus point, they'll have to chase this quite big total down in 7 overs or less. As for Italia Sud, if they want to win and win big, they have to restrict their rivals and, well, usually their teammates to 59 runs or less. So you'd say at the halfway stage it's delicately balanced. Don't forget, in that first game, Italia Nord, they won the toss, they decided to field just like in this game, and they did chase down the total with 5 balls to spare. But on that occasion, it was 60 that they were chasing, and I wouldn't say it was smooth sailing for the chasing side, as they didn't get off to the quickest of starts. But it will be the same two openers that were a bit sluggish in that first game who will open up here, as it's Sadali and Emma out there in the middle. And with the ball in hand, looks like Chaturika, a player with an enormous amount of experience, both domestically and for her national side. In fact, she's the highest wicket taker for Italy in T20 internationals. 29 wickets to her name. That one's high up in the air. It's a chance for a catch straight away. It's Amanda underneath it, and she's never going to drop that, as it's Sadali who departs for a Royal Duck. First ball of the innings. We had a Diamond Duck in the first game. Now we've got a first baller, as Sadali tries to go big on that occasion, doesn't get hold of it. And Amanda is the one fielder who you don't want to pick out. She's got a safe pair of hands, demonstrates it on this occasion. And that's the perfect start for Italia Sud, as they pick up a wicket without yet conceding a run. It's the first ball, it's the first wicket, and Sadali has to depart without adding to the scorecard. And Delisha delighted with that wicket there. Chatu, well, she's just a born wicket taker and takes another one here. Her best on the network, 3 for 14 against Spain. Her best T20I, 4 runs actually, 4 wickets against Germany, but we don't talk about that one. As Kumadu has come in, and first ball just zips through to the keeper. Kumadu was really the match winner for her Nord side in that first game. She came in at the same position, number 3. It was a bit later on that occasion because the openers faced up the first 5 overs before losing a wicket. On this occasion though, well, she's pretty much opening. Second ball, she managed 29 runs, just 15 deliveries. She'll have to do that and then some if she wants to get her Nord side into a commanding position to take the second win of the day. Just worked away around the corner. They run through for a single. Yeah, Chatu, 4 for 17 she got against Germany in T20I just last year. I will say none of those wickets were me. I did take a double check just to make sure. As Kumadu gets herself off strike, and Emma will face her first delivery. It's a great start by Chatu. She doesn't have much pace about her, but she just doesn't need it. She just wobbles the ball down to the other end. It's just deceptive for the batter. Big appeal there. Methnara behind the stumps. She's interested. It's good to see her back out there after suffering a bit of a blow in that first game. And, oh, it's a tight one. Go to the next frame, maybe we can see she whips the bails off. Yeah, that's probably when the bails are off, and again, it's one of those ones where which part of the shoe is connected to the foot is connected to the crease line. Probably, I think the benefit of the doubt here goes to the batter. I'm glad I'm not out there making the decision, or the tournament referee, because that was a very tight one, but I think will be benefit of the doubt to the batter. She manages to bend the sole of her foot enough to keep her over the line. As we've had a little bit of a breakage here. Can show you that was done by Alexia Kontoparakis as she clean bowled to Shani, and well, we're going to send her an invoice for a new stump because she manages to knock the leg stump clean off. So that's a nice little memento for her, and well, you don't see that too often, but shattered the wood, no splinters here. Stronger together, but not a stronger stump. Good work there from Alexia. And good work here so far for the bowling side. Chatu just giving away the 1 wicket and the 1 run in that first over. So that one's hit high up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. It's Delisha, no, it's Chatu underneath it. It would have been an outstanding catch. In the end, though, there's going to be a run out as confusion reigns in the middle. And I think the dangerous Kumadu has to depart. As Emma Moore, she's a bit distraught at the striker's end because the confusion reigned as the ball went high up in the air. Chatu dived for it. It was a tremendous effort from her. Doesn't manage to hold on to the catch. And I think the batters were maybe a bit unsighted as to where the ball landed. Chatu doesn't get anywhere near it, but she lands on the ball, which means it's right in her hands as she gets up and throws. And Emma, well, she sells Kumadu there, and you can see she's gutted about it. Kumadu, she has to depart. That's a big, big wicket for Italia Zood as they look to defend this total of 85. And Kumadu, who did all of the damage in the first game, departs for just the 1 run. Emma, she's still at the striker's end. She's maybe got a bit of making up to do now for her side. She's been joined out in the middle by Sonia Toffoletto. It's 2 for 2. Italia Nord in big trouble here. And they're just double checking that the right batters are on strike, but it definitely was Emma Moore who was at the striker's end. She sent back Kumadu, but not before the bails had been whipped off. It was a great throw in from Chatu, which is something we've been saying all day actually, that, well, it's in 2 parts. The fielding initially is actually sometimes quite slow. The players are a bit laboured to get to the ball. Maybe they just haven't quite got the read of this outfield, which is very slow, which means they can attack the ball actually. So maybe they'll learn that for tomorrow. But once they get to the ball, they absolutely whiz that ball in. And there's been quite a few run-outs. There was a couple of direct hits in the first game, and the throws from the boundary have been deathly accurate, which means on that occasion the bowler had time to whip the bails off. We've seen the same from the keepers as well. So the fielding has been impressive. Maybe just a bit of a learning point for the batters out there as well. They just need to up that communication, make sure they don't just stand looking at each other, rabbits in the headlights in the middle of the pitch. And that's what happened on that occasion. Kumadu wanted to go for the second. Emma was interested until she realised the ball was flying in to the non-strikers end, sent Kumadu back, but it was all too little, too late. Italia Zood right up amongst it now. They know they're on top as they've got rid of Sadali, the opener, and Kumadu, the danger player. Sonia on strike now, the left-hander. You can see that the field is really tightening in on these 2 batters. They don't want to give them a single ball and a single run here. You can see more or less everyone is actually inside the ring, and they're hunting like a pack of wolves, aren't they? As they know that if they dry up the singles here, then Italia Nord have an extremely tough task on their hands. They need 83 runs. Those balls keep on ticking down. 48 balls left now as we do get to the end of the second over, and Italia Nord 3 for 2. So it was almost an action replay on that occasion with just a couple of runs coming off it, and you can see what it means for the standings. Italia Zood well on top here, and they want to leave the pitch this evening or this afternoon with all things square, and what a day that'll set up for us tomorrow. And then also bear in mind the bonus point will come into play, as that target is 60 for the bonus point, and if Italia Sud can pull off a big 4-point win here, that puts them in a great position for tomorrow. If both games tomorrow go 1 each, so Nord win 1, Sud win 1, and it will go to the points. This will be a valuable time for Sud to pick up all 4. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, as this one is run away to the 3rd boundary. Just die though in that boggier area. And they get through for 1. It's Chaturika who's unsurprisingly come back for her 2nd and final over. I think Italia Sud have in their minds that if they can really put the squeeze on these 2 batters, they can more or less bowl them out of the game in the first 4 or 5 overs. Because they have certainly won this power play, just the 4 runs on the board, picking up those all-important 2 wickets. I suppose after having had 2 games or 1.5 games so far, we can try and estimate what a par score is as well. As well, 60 was put on the board in that first game. It wasn't quite defended as Nord chased that down, but it took them to the final over though, and this time it looks like 85 will be a very imposing total. So if I had to guess, and I'm not an expert on these things, but I'd probably put the par score around 70, 75. That's certainly something, if you're batting first, you feel like you would be able to defend, especially with this slightly longer outfield on both sides. They have some power players up top, but they also have some younger players, some less experienced players who are getting their first few tastes of T10 cricket. So that means you will see a lower scoring rate, and of course first and foremost the bowling from both sides has been exemplary. Not been too many extras, haven't given them any room, as we see on that ball right there, and it means that all the runs more or less have to come off the bat. They're just not coming off the bat enough, and that's clean bowled, but it's a no ball called. Was it dead ball called? I think maybe Delisha was still having a little chat to her fielders here, and the dead ball was called loud and clear by the square leg umpire. And well, I don't think Sonia Dovaletto knew that that was going to be called a dead ball or a no ball, because she was already taking a few steps back to the dugout, as it was though a lucky escape for her, and it is a dead ball called. So we'll have to bowl that one again. This time gets it full and straight, and there's a slight sniff of a run out here, but Delisha instead decides to play with the ball in the mud, and they do run through for 1. But you can see here that Italia Sud just really have the stranglehold on this Nord batting side. As we get to the end of the power play, just the 5 runs coming off it, and those 2 wickets halted any kind of momentum that Nord did want to build up. And you can see in contrast, Italia Sud, well, they did lose 2 wickets in the power play as well, but they managed to get 21 runs on the board. And at the moment, Nord just can't seem to get the ball off the pitch. Just stuck in a bit of a rut here, and it's not going to get any easier for Nord, as Italia Sud have a wealth of bowling options at their disposal. Chatu has bowled out. She bowled out an impressive spell of 2 overs for 3 runs and picking up that 1 wicket. Nimesha, she's just bowled the 1 over, went for 2, but now Amanda's come into the attack. This one's been chipped up in the air. It's a chance to run out here, but it's not picked up cleanly by the fielder there in the covers. I think it's Nethmi, who, for a 16-year-old, she's got very long legs, and she just didn't quite bend quickly enough there to pick the ball up. And by the time she gets it in to Steamer, they do manage to run through for a single. It was a bit of a Ringa Ringa Roses with the ball. She's still young enough to play Ringa Ringa Roses, but they do run through. There's the big hit. That's what we've been waiting for. And it goes all the way. And it's a lovely stroke off the bat of Emma Moore, who maybe she's feeling a bit bad that she took part in that run out that saw the end of Kumadou Pedrick, who was so big hitting in that first game. So Emma's taken on the mantle in this game, and a lovely catch by the coach there on the boundary. 6 runs to Emma. A lovely shot. Just use the pace off the ball. This time though, it's a good comeback ball by Amanda, as that one just drifts over the stumps. Big smile on her face. I know she's enjoyed getting involved with cricket here in Italy. She'll be living in Rome for a couple of years. And of course, one of the first things she did was found out where she could get involved in the cricket. As that one's gone high up in the air, it'll be a tough opportunity. There's 2 fielders under it. One comes flying in the form of Delisha. The captain there took on the mantle, and she came absolutely steamrolling in. I think it was Nethmi underneath it who had to then take a step away to make sure she wasn't obliterated by the Delisha Express. And I think she was almost saying to her, oh, I had that. In the end though, Delisha comes careering in, manages to pick up the ball, throws it in. They do just go through for one. A bit of a missed opportunity there. It did go very, very high up. Just a few adjustments here in the field. That's a nice ball by Amanda. Just zips off the surface. There's a few parts of the pitch here that just bounce up slightly higher. We've obviously had a lot of rain around the last few days, maybe a bit of moisture still in the pitch. But it's an absolutely perfect day for cricket here today in Bologna on this Easter Saturday. Someone just tucks Sonia up, do manage to get through for the single. I think that's the right move from Sonia. Emma has proven in today's game and earlier in game 1 that she can clear the rope and then some. On that occasion though, it's actually the final ball, so Sonia sneaks in the single, also manages to burgle the strike. So at the end of the 4th, it's 14 for 2. So we take a look at the Worm. The Worm is currently underground. I'm sure he'll come and say hello. No, he won't. Will he? Yes, he will. No, he won't. Well, in any case, I think with 14 on the board after 4 overs, Nord will be well behind the run rate with Italia Zood, of course, 85 runs on the board. A pretty imposing total at the start of the innings, one that's become even more of a tough task with this run rate at the moment. Just strangled the Nord batting lineup with that run rate now required at 12. And the captain has decided this is the perfect time to bring herself on, just to inch her side closer to that winning line, closer to the first win, to level the series up going into the second and final day. Of course, we're into the final innings of the day as well. So any food chat, Chris just said he posted food on Facebook, and I'm not going to look because I am just about expecting my lunch sometime soon. I know some of the crew, because we have a shorter day here in Bologna. They are planning to go into town, maybe pick up a scoop or 2 or 3 or 4 of gelato. And when in Rome, when in Bologna, you've got to try out the local delicacies. But I hope everyone's enjoying maybe a few cheeky Easter eggs or your Easter treat of choice on this Saturday afternoon. There's plenty of sport to watch, not just on the European Cricket Network, as that one's hoisted away to the leg side. But Luana Sims is out there. She should have stopped it, but she's done by the spin. There's the classic one that's hooked away. You've got to watch the spin, and that one just watched by Luana Sims as it flies past her. And a much needed for the Nord side. Emma Moore, off the back of that Maximo in the previous over, goes for a minimo on this occasion. As we have some of the viewers enjoying what they're seeing out there. Big hit here from Emma Moore, and she finds the rope on this occasion. 6 runs, back-to-back boundaries. And Emma, well, she's still only a teenager herself, but she's decided to take on the responsibility here, the 16-year-old. She already moves to her high score on the network. Previous best, 15 not out. She has got a best of 43 in T20 eyes, but in this T10 format, she's now moved herself onto 19, her side to 25. As you can see, she's scoring the vast majority of the runs. She'll need to stay there and keep going, keep pushing if she wants to make a contest out of this with that run rate over 11, but 11 have come off this over already. It's another big hit down the ground. There's two fielders out there. Should be comfortably taken by Amanda. This looks like it should be the tactic really from Zood. Just give Emma the single. Bring Sonia on strike, because Sonia's not going at the same rate in the slightest. She's 4 off 11. But of course, if Emma can keep clearing the rope, it doesn't matter where the field goes for her. There's 2 balls left before the halfway mark. That one's tossed up by Delisha. They managed to get the single, so Emma will be back on strike for the final ball of the 5th. Hit away into the covers, which means Emma will keep the strike at the halfway stage. Italia Nord 29 for 2, so certainly behind the run rate, but they're still alive and kicking as Emma Moore is still out there and going well. As you can join me in the commentary igloo, which is heating up quite nicely now as the sun is beating down here in Bologna. Welcome to everyone joining on this Easter Saturday. And of course, you've got spoils of action today as we have the ECIs in France in full swing. It's France against Sweden. There's 4 games today. This is the final game here in Bologna, but we're looking forward to bringing you non-stop action throughout the next few weeks, months, years. And just one note as well for these women's sides as well. Some of these players are brand new to cricket. They've just played softball. It's their first games with a hard ball. So given those circumstances, given that it's not the easiest outfield, just what a good effort they're putting in. As that one should be taken, but it's just burst through the hands of the fielder there, Gayatri. As that was an opportunity. It was Emma Moore, the dangerous batter, on strike. This one just mishit. The umpire does well to get out of the way, but I think he almost unsights Gayatri as she has to run behind the umpire to try and get the ball, and doesn't manage to see the line of it quickly enough. But of course, there's international players playing here for both teams, but they've split the players up so they're quite evenly matched between the 2 sides, and the rest of the teams are made up of extremely young players, as I was saying. Amaya, who got that brilliant run out earlier in the day, she's just 14 years old. You've got players there still in the early stages either of life or of their cricketing life, and they're out there competing on an outfield which is somewhat unforgiving, and the conditions haven't been the best due to the weather we've had in the previous few days. So given those circumstances, I think they're doing an excellent job. It's always great to see women's cricket on display, and great to see European Cricket Network promoting it across Europe, and of course everyone supporting in the chat and seeing this for what it is, which is women's cricket being competed at every single level by all abilities, and that is something to be celebrated on this Easter Saturday as Tashani comes in to bowl the 6th over. This is exactly what Italia Zood want to do. Well, obviously not bowl wides, but keep Sonia Toffoletto on strike, because Emma Moore is looking dangerous at the other end, and you can see how much she's backing up. She wants to get herself back on strike, but she's going to affect a run out, but instead it's flashed past the stumps by Tashani. She misses out, and they do manage to run through for 2. Tashani there, I don't think she quite realised how close she was to the stumps. As it's hit back at her, she turns and throws. She had so much time. She could have just taken a step forward and flicked the bails off herself. A moment of panic there from an otherwise quite experienced player. As it was though, they managed to run through for a bit of a bonus run there. It does get Sonia back on strike though. Again, just loses its line just a little. So both these Italian Nord and Italia Sud sides, they're not domestic teams per se, they're more like regional sides that have been put together as a way of promoting Italian women's cricket and also giving the national sides a bit of practice, given that they have a big year ahead on the international stage. They've got World Cup qualifiers coming up. Of course, they've got the ECS-W Challenger division at the end of the year, where they certainly want to be challenging for the title. So this is a time for the players who otherwise don't get too much practice to come together as a team, or into two teams to play against each other. As they do run through for a single here, and a bit of a wild throw comes in, but they should just settle for one. I think Emma was keen to get the second run there, because at the moment she's being a bit starved of the strike. She will just have the one delivery left of this 6th over. Worked away nicely by Emma. Textbook checked cover drive, so she does manage to keep hold of the strike. That's exactly what Nord need to do if they want to get anywhere near this total, but it's looking increasingly tough for them as they do get to the end of the 6th over. 39 runs on the board, and the win predictor seems to agree with me. It has Sud up at 89%. So we take a look at the scorecard so far, and sadly, well, she holed out on the first ball of the innings. It's a nice catch in the deep by Amanda. Kumadu, there's a bit of a mix-up there between her and Emma Moore. Great piece of fielding from Chatu, who didn't quite manage to pull off the spectacular diving catch, but picked the ball up and got the ball in quickly. And Kumadu, who was so effective, so powerful in that first game, fell, scoring just 2 runs. And Emma Moore, well, maybe felt a bit guilty for her part in that run out, but has tried to repay her teammates here. She's going well, 23 of 15 deliveries, but that run rate now creeping up. Every ball that it's not going to the boundary, it's going to go up and up. It's currently above 12, 47 runs needed now in 23. And Nimesha, who went for just 2 in her first over, has come back to bowl her second. That one's chipped up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Communication needed here, and in the end it's a good catch taken by the bowler, and a big old salute there to maybe our friends and family at home. And it was almost a bit of a dangerous situation there, as there was 2 fielders converging underneath it. The bowler, she only had her eyes for the ball, but there was the fielder running in and did a good swerving act there. It was Nethmi making sure to make herself as small as possible, get herself out of the way, and the salute from the bowler, who picks up her first wicket. And that is the end of the very impressive Emma Moore, hitting a few big shots on her way to 23 off 16. But you'd think with that boundary, with that wicket, it makes the chances of Italia Nord dwindle even further. But Alexia Kontaparakis has come in to the crease, and she's a talented player with both bat and ball. Still, again, only a teenager, 18 years old, played for Italy in the ECS-W. But again, still early on in her cricketing career. Manages to get herself off strike, but one of these 2 players has to now go and go big. Sonia, she's been there for 16 deliveries. She's scored the 10 runs. And you can see that Sud are happy to squeeze every single run here as they tighten their grip on the game and bring in all the fielders, almost daring Sonia to hit over the top of them. And you're going to have to do it with some power, as this outfield, it has, of course, got significantly quicker than what it was a few days ago, thanks to the sun drying it out, but still not the shortest. So if you go over the top, you need to make sure to have enough power to see it over the rope. And that's what Italia Sud are daring Sonia to do here. She's happy to just take the singles, which won't be enough here for her Nord side. Final ball of the 7th. That's a big swing by Alexia. You can see exactly what's on her mind. Well, I thought that was the final ball. Seems to be, yes, and the nod comes slightly belatedly from the 2 umpires. So Nimisha finishes with extremely impressive figures of 1 for 4 off her 2 overs. So Italia Nord 41 for 3 at the end of 7. As we take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and it's more of the same, and it's such a delicately poised series now. If, as we suspect, Italia Zud might take home the win on this occasion, still eyeing up that bonus point, in fact, then we'll go into the 2 games tomorrow all square at a win apiece. So we would be going into the final game with still everything on the line. And that's what we love to see in these series, tight contests until the very last. And of course, at the same time as that, we also have action coming to you from France. As you see, that bonus point is at 60. So if Italia Zud can keep the last 3 overs to 18 runs or less, and they'll take home all 4 points. And it's Tashani who's coming back on to bowl her second. Bit expensive in her first over, went for 10. It's mostly just straying with her line. She's coming around the wicket here. That's a much better line. I always like to see left arm round spinners using that angle around the stumps. I imagine for this left-hander she'll go back over the left hand to left hand matchup. Alexia on strike here, needs to swing and swing hard. That's what she tries to do, but it's great piece of glove work from Methnara. And the umpire, well, he gives a nod of the head as if to say out, but he's got the benefit and the beauty of the replays, and you don't need too many replays to show that that is out. And it's a great piece of glove work there from Methnara. As you just see how quick her hands were here. 1, 2, off you go. And that's why, well, she was a big miss in that first game, as she took a ball straight into the face. It somehow got through the grill of her helmet. She went off as a precaution, but it's great to see her back in the middle with the gloves on and taking wickets. Sonia Toffoletto, her watch is over. She stuck around for 20 deliveries, but in the end it was the quick hands of Methnara and the bowling of Tashani which saw the end of her. And you can see it's all friends out there most of the time. All the players on the field are on the same side. This time though, there was no mercy shown for Sonia, as Italia Zud pick up their 4th wicket, 43 for 4 now. Some chat about the boundaries in the YouTube chat. I think they're at 45 today. And that's about 5 meters shorter than for the men's. And it's great to see some 6s being hit, but it'll be great to see this one again as it just goes straight through the defences of Nalini, who is the new batter. She doesn't stick around for long as Tashani picks up her 2nd wicket in 2 deliveries, finds herself on a hat-trick. And she didn't quite find her line in that first over, but you can see how delighted she is that that one went straight through the gate. And it's 2 and 2. Certainly now this game is slipping away from Italia Nord, and they can just see if they can try and sneak that bonus point. Still 17 needed off 14 for that. But for the batter there, Nalini, it's 1 and out. She goes for a golden duck. It's Pasindi, the captain, who comes on to face this hat-trick ball. Can Tashani put herself in the Hall of Fame? Slightly overpitched it on that occasion. As Pasindi gets herself off the mark. So it's 45-meter boundaries for these women's games, and for the men's games, for example, over Indra for France-Sweden. It'll be 50 metres. That one goes high up in the air. Chance of a catch, but it's going to drop safely, as it's Kavisha doing the fielding out there, helped out by her keeper, Methnara. But Italia Zud know that this game is more or less wrapped up. They don't have to do anything silly, so she doesn't even try to throw the ball in. It comes to the end of the 8th over. Nord on 45 for 5. So you can see there, they still need 41 runs for the victory, but even for that bonus point, 15 needed off 12, which is looking increasingly unlikely. But Alexia Kontoparakis is still out there. She can swing and swing hard, and that's what they need her to do here. And you can see for Nord, well, their run chase never really got going, did it? And the wickets at regular intervals just halted any momentum. They did have that partnership between the 2nd and the 6th overs, but Moore, despite her efforts along with Toffeletto, wasn't able to get close to this total of 86 for the win. It'll be Amanda who comes back to bowl the 9th to try and seal the deal here for Zud. The ECN regulations are generally 45 metres for the women and 50 metres for the men. We try to keep it as consistent as possible as well, just to avoid any confusion and make sure that wherever we go in the world or across the continent, that the boundaries are more or less the same. Of course, the rules are the same throughout, with the immovable wide line. Just try to simplify this beautiful game so anyone tuning in wherever we are knows exactly what is going on. And what's going on here is that Italia Zud, they are a few moments away from wrapping up their first win of this series and levelling the series going into day 2 tomorrow. And of course the action doesn't stop here. As a reminder again, as soon as we're done here, or at the same time if you have another screen at your disposal, or even just 2 windows, make sure you open up the other live stream we have going on of France versus Sweden. And there we find the middle of the bat for Alexia Kontoparakis. That's what she's been trying to do on a few occasions. She's swung and missed. That time though, I think she likes the slightly quicker bowling of Amanda and just rocks back and hits that one for 6. So at least now Italia Nord have a sniff of trying to get that bonus point, which is at 60. So just the 6 needed for that. If Alexia can repeat the trick, they'll be over the line. But for that win, still 32 runs needed in 9 balls. And she goes big, and that's even bigger. And that goes all the way to the rope and then some. And that is the bonus point secured for Italia Nord. And Alexia, oh, that's an elegant shot, isn't it? Goes down on one knee, proposes to the ball, and the ball says, yes, thank you very much. Still 2 balls left of this 9th over. And it's 3 in a row. Alexia Kontoparakis, where have you been? As that one this time goes to the offside, and that's probably the best of the lot. Just opens up the offside, gives herself a bit of room, and deposits that into the neighbouring field. The boundary riders are searching around. It looks like actually Paolo, the project manager, has gone and, well, he's done enough this week, but he's also now doing the fielding as Alexia Kontoparakis goes 6-6-6. Still 1 ball left. If she wants to win this for her side, she needs to get herself on strike for the 9th. She needs to get a single here. Clever. It's exactly what she does. Just guides that to the point fielder, but the fielder is deep enough that she can keep the strike. And suddenly this game is alive from nowhere, thanks to the 666, the devil from Alexia Kontoparakis. She moves to 23 off just 9 deliveries, 22 runs off that over. It goes magical for Amanda, so she finishes on figures of 2 for 31, but 22 came in that 2nd over. Bit of a figures ruiner for her. And that's all thanks to the batting of Alexia out there in the middle. And she's got a chance here to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It will be the captain, Delisha, who takes the responsibility. You imagine this first ball has to go to the rope. Here we go. It's a big swing and a miss. Good hands by Methnara. I don't think there's any danger of that being a stumping. This time she goes big. Does she have enough on it? She does, and it goes for 6. There's a fielder out there right in front of me. Does get a hand to it, but Nimisha is only able to tip it over the bar for 6 runs. Suddenly now, we've got a game on our hands, as Italia Nord need 13 off 4 deliveries to take the win. From absolutely nowhere. This game was more or less dead and buried before over number 9. Well bowled though by Delisha. Just tries to calm herself down, calm her side down. Alexia tries to go big, doesn't have quite enough on it. And, well, she takes the 1 here. And again, I'm not sure that was the right move. As, well, now 12 needed in 2. And it would have been, it's difficult either way. It's now 1 taken, so we thought we might have an absolute grandstand finish, and credit to Alexia Kontoparakis for even giving us that slight hope. But in the end now it's 11 needed off 1, and that's thanks to a nerveless finish here from Delisha, the captain, showing all of her experience to see her side home. Alexia tries to finish with a big swing. Methnara is interested in this one. Either way, it will be a win for Italia Sud. But let's take a look, see if this is a stumping. And, well, that foot is firmly on the line. It's quite a thick line, isn't it? So I don't think... Yep, there it goes after the fact. It goes back. I think that will be a wicket to end the game. And whether it's out or not, it's certainly a victory for Italia Sud, but hats off to Alexia Kontoparakis, who almost brought her side back from the dead. She finishes on 29, and some glorious 6s from her. 4 in the end to try and get her side at least down to the wire. It was 3 6s in a row in that 9th over. 22 runs came off it, and we thought we might have a fresh tropical style finish, as they managed to finish with a record-breaking 10th over of 35 runs. It wasn't quite as many needed for Italia Nord, but they weren't able to make it over the line. Just waiting on confirmation whether that final ball was a wicket or a dot. Either way though, the end of the game, and smiles all round, and it was a wicket on the final ball. So Alexia unlucky that she actually doesn't finish with a not out, that innings probably deserved. But smiles for them, smiles for us as we go into tomorrow with this series all level, everything to play for in that day 2. But first, let's take a look at the highlights. We had a broken stump, the evidence of how hard the girls are playing out there in the middle. And, well, it was a hard hit to start off the innings, but it went straight into the hands of Amanda, as Sadali went without troubling the scorers. But Emma Mort was then joined by Kamadu Pedrick. There's a chance for a catch here. Thought maybe Chatu would take it. It was a brilliant effort, but an even better throw in, which led to a bit of a mix-up out there in the middle. Emma sent her partner back, and Kamadu, who did the damage in the first game, had to take the long walk back. She contributed just 2, but then there was a long partnership between Emma and Sonia, and while it was a nice little partnership that was worth 37, it just went a bit too slowly, especially Sonia. She wasn't able to find the rope in her 12 off 20, and it was only then when she was stumped that actually the innings came back to life. But Emma Moore kept on going at the other end. She scored 2 big 6s and a 4 on her way to a spirited 23. That was one of them there. This one chipped up in the air. The umpire almost took the catch, and and then Gayatri behind him just managed to not hold on. This was the run out that should have been, as well, I think Tashani didn't realise quite as much time as she had. Manages to miss from mere meters. In the end though, this one was chipped up and it was a great caught and bowled by Nimisha. That was the end of Emma Moore. Managed to hold on to the catch and also not end up with hospital in concussion, as Nefmi was lurking around for the catch. Sonia Tofoletto then fell shortly after. Great piece of glove work there by Methnara behind the stumps, who's a brilliant keeper, a brilliant batter. Hasn't quite shown it today with the bat, but she's one to look out for tomorrow. But then Alexia came in after that clean bowling of Nalini by Tashani, found herself on a hat-trick. Alexia, though, had absolutely other ideas, as, well, she almost made me look silly, as I thought this game was dead and buried. I thought they might not even get to that 1 point consolation point, but Alexia came out firing, didn't even bother scoring any fours. She went all sixes, 4 sixes on her way to 30 runs, and this was the 666 in that 9th over, where we thought we're going to have another grandstand finish for the second day running, but she didn't do a fresh tropical. She just fell short, and in fact she did fall on the final ball of the innings, as she finished on 30 off 14 and Nord finished 10 runs short of the target. But it's all friends all round, as Amanda there gives Alexia a bit of a shove, saying, "Oi, what are you doing, scoring 3 sixes in a row off me?" But it was good fun all round, and especially for Italia Zood, as they were able to restrict Nord for 75. But Alexia Kontaparakis, it'll be interesting to see where she bats tomorrow. She came in at 5 here. She came in almost when the game was already lost, but she almost wrestled it back in their favour. 30 off 14 deliveries, including 4 big boundaries. And that's why Amanda Potgieter's figures slightly ruined there. 15.5 her economy. But Tashani, she bowled well, did miss out on that big run out though, as she picked up 2 wickets. And Chatu at the top, she's always going to be an absolute star performer. There's a reason why she's the top wicket taker for Italy. She goes for just 3 runs off her 2 overs, which is why, well, at the halfway stage, we thought that Italia Nord were pretty much dead and buried, but as it was, they came back, just didn't come back quickly enough to chase down that target of 86 for the victory. So Italia Nord, they fall short of the total. On this occasion, 2 times they won the toss, twice they decided to chase, and this time 10 runs short. So that means Italia Zood finish day 1 with a win in their bag, and it sets up a tantalising finish for this series tomorrow as well, as match 2 goes the way of Italia Zood. And you join me for the final time today in the commentary box, and well, what a day we've had today, as we've seen both sides register a win. We've seen Rico come and go. He's going to be over in France for you tomorrow, and I know the action is continuing there, but here it's delicately poised for the 2 games in the morning with both sides. I know they're friends and teammates usually, but here they're fierce rivals, and they won't want to give the other side an absolute inch. So we've got 2 games coming up tomorrow, which are bound to be absolute thrillers. Who's going to take away the bragging rights, the glory over their teammates? Well, we'll have to wait and see for that, as we can maybe take a look at the fixtures that are coming up. There we go, matches 3 and 4 tomorrow. Take a look at those bonus points as well, because they might come into play. If we are level after 4 games, it will go down to the bonus points. No one has claimed a winning 4-0 bonus win so far. So it's all square, and we might have to get our calculators out, because if it does finish all square, it finishes all square on the bonus points, then it will go down to net run rate, and then my maths brain will be in big trouble. But we also have stuff going along in France as well. We've got the ECIs in full swing. It's Danny Hudacek who's taking you through that action so far. I know there's been a few games this morning. I haven't had a single second to look at what's been going on there, but I'm sure they've been absolute thrillers. So we've got those fixtures coming up for you today, and well, it still keeps going throughout the afternoon. That's our job done here, but make sure to switch over, go across the border to France to take a look at that action between France and Sweden. But for now, we say goodbye from sunny Bologna. Hopefully it's sunny again in the morning, and make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we've got the series deciders. 2 games. Who's going to take it? Italia Nord, Italia Zood. It's anyone's guess, but I'll be here in the morning to take you through the action. So for now, go and enjoy the action in France, and see you back here in the morning for more ECS-W.